And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV Monday, number 10, your weekly dose of Open StarCraft. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by the people in the chat, by these amazing players, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to another weekly Open Cup. Now, as a reminder, this is not on the PTR. This is on the current patch with the current map pool, and if you wish, you can have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first series and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the French Protoss, the Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Blacklist International. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Protoss, the Red Protoss, representing himself and his old clan Alpha X. It is Arog Fire. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gambler going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Whew, as we can settle in. And I was just live on my personal channel. I was laddering. Smoge ladder session as always. As always. Oh no, not like this. I'll try to brighten the mood. We'll jump into our tournament cast. We'll get there. We'll get there. I am tempted to ladder after the stream, after the cast. Not gonna lie, I'm tempted. Like I feel very unsatisfied. As you can imagine, I laddered for like 3 hours. I didn't play a single macro game. Like not a single one. It was just non-stop defending against cannon rushes, cheese, all-ins. Like it was not. I'm not satisfied. so I might ladder later. We'll see. We'll see how awake I am. We'll see how I feel. For now, we're focusing on our PvP. For now, 2-gate opener. It's going to be... Oh, never mind. My apologies. It is going to be a 2-gate opener out of Creator, but Arrowfire going for a gate into a Cyber Core. You have my attention. You have my attention here. Again, Arrowfire, he's not as active as he used to be. He used to be a lot more active in the online tournament space. He used to be playing in all these online weeklies. Then he took a bit of a break from the game, and now Arrowfire, it does feel like he's more of a part-time player nowadays, but still a very strong player in his own right, and I'm curious how he goes about this. Basically, what he's going for is the Max Packs opener. Gate into Cybercore. Double gas means typically a faster Stargate into a Nexus. So Arrowfire doing his best Max Packs impression. Creator does confirm this, and the question becomes, does Creator try to punish this? Does he attempt to punish? As the Nexus is about to be thrown down, Arrowfire just waiting for a couple of extra minerals here. Oh, there's a final block just in time. And the Nexus is going to be slightly delayed here. Still no Stargate, so Arrowfire, it looks like he was going to try to go for the Nexus before the Stargate, and he still wants to, by the way. There's a pylon blocks across the map as well. And oh, there it is. There is that Nexus. So very greedy build by Arrowfire. And again, it's on Creator to punish. He is moving out with Adepts, but only with Adepts. There's no proxy, right? There's no pylon across the map. There's no probe. There's no proxy setup. So Creator is just going to try to slow down the economy as best he can with this Adept harass. The Adepts have arrived. Back at him, Creator getting his own Nexus. Because of the pylon block, the Nexus timing are quite similar with each other, so very nicely done here with the pylon block. Adepts say shade into the main. There's nothing in position. Ooh, there's no wall. There is no wall. Adepts say do bust in. Probe's going to be going down. And this is brutal. This is a brutal start. At the same time, we do see one Adept getting into the main base of Creator, but it's only one Adept. It does pose that much less of a threat. That's going to be 4, 5, up to 6, up to 7 probe kills. Ooh, yeah, the shade is canceled. 7, 8, 9 probes going down. This is borderline game-ending damage. This is brutal. And now the pressure is on Arrowfire. He has to bounce back in some way, shape, or form. 9 probe kills in total. A very rough start. And remember, he delayed his Stargate. Instead, he's going for a Twilight Council follow-up. Instead, we do see the faster Twilight Council from Creator. So Creator, he's up in probes. He's ahead in tech, and he's looking good. He's looking quite strong here, quite in control. And we do have additional gateways on the way. It's going to be the 2nd and the 3rd gateway. Basically, we're keeping our eye open for a 4th gate, like a 4th gateway or maybe a proxy gateway across the map. We'll see if Arrowfire turns this into a 2-base all-in. After taking all those losses early on, that's kind of what I'm keeping my eye out for. Otherwise, Arrowfire, he might just try to be greedy, take a fast 3rd, right? How do you catch up? Take a fast 3rd Nexus to try to take an economic lead. He could also try to go for a fast tech, like a Dark Shrine, you know, DTs, or maybe fast Robo into Disruptors. We'll see what direction Arrowfire does take us in. As behind this, Creator still maintains his lead. Happily probing up. Has yet to throw down any extra gateways or a forge himself. Not yet. We do see the Creator, he's looking for proxies. I don't blame him. He scattered bottom left, now he's scouting top right. Creator just making sure that everything's on the up and up. And ooh, does he take a third? Does he expand? It looks like he will. He has the money for it. Greedy move here by Creator. He's already ahead, and now he's looking to maintain that lead. Takes a third. At the same time, Arcfire looking to do the same. Hallucination does confirm the lack of robo, the lack of extra gateways. Creator throws down his own robo behind this, and Arcfire should soon throw down a third. Oh, Probe is getting ready. Huh. Oh, there it is. Third is on the way. So Arcfire, he's not going all in. He's not going all in. He did end up spending resources on a third gateway though, and that is why, or that kind of led into one of the reasons why his third base was delayed compared to Creator. Creator feeling confident, now getting into his own gateway explosion. That slight gateway explosion. And he can settle in from here. Now, in something like a mirror matchup, it can be difficult to recover, but Blink Stalkers are very mobile. You know, now that Blink is coming into play, Arcfire can still try to outposition Creator, get into a mineral line, get into the main base, pick off some key units. There is still a lot of micro and comeback potential here for Arcfire as we do move out. The armies are about to clash. Oh! So quite a nice Blink Steal out of Creator, doesn't lose anything yet, neither does Arcfire. As the armies do clash. Adept's going to be harassing it towards the left-hand side. Creator focusing on trying to push in towards the third, trying to distract Arcfire. And he's taking into a forge, into charge, into +1. Adept's a shade into the natural. Creator, he does back up. Adept's a shade in. They get one Adept so far. Nice force field. Ooh, but they get 2 probes. Not quite 3 though, thankfully. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. And it looks like the sentries got picked off here. So Arcfire, he gets a couple of nice pickoffs, gets Adepts, gets the sentries, doesn't lose too much back at home. But Creator, again, he's taking that further step forward here by getting into charge and throwing down more gateways. The pressure is on Arcfire. Does move out for a counterattack. Gets into the mineral line, gets a probe. Does come down to the control. Guardian Shield is activated. Behind this, Creator does have his own shield battery. Now Arcfire, he does respect it. There's the overcharge. Overcharge gets spent. Arcfire pulling away. Arcfire, he has chosen not to take into charge. Never mind. I was like, he hasn't taken into charge. Now he is. Charge now on the way. Creator moving out. The prism is exposed. A big blunder there from Creator. Nice knife from Arcfire. He does get the prism. That means no Zealot reinforcements. Creator, I mean, that would have been a brutal timing. He could have actually broken this position if these Zealots were here across the map. So massive delay here on the reinforcements. And Arcfire, he's recovering. Getting a 4th. Delays the push. And now it can stabilize. Again, that was huge. Like, if those Zealot reinforcements had hit then and there, it would have been a very different kind of game state. Arcfire going for a counterattack. Creator, he misses the main army. Coming in from behind, gets a couple of free Zealots. War Prism is rebuilt. Joining the main army of Creator. Both players have their Prism. +1 is finishing up for both players as well. Charge on the way for Arcfire. It's almost done. Very delicate micro here from Creator. Trying not to oversend. Zealous, they hit the 4th. And Creator, he's diving in quite deep here. Trying to catch up part of the army. Prism is sieged. More reinforcements on the way. And does Creator have enough? It's going to be close. He's getting surrounded. At the same time, Zealots are putting in a lot of work. So many Stalkers going down from the side of Arcfire. The Zealots, they just go ham. Oh my god! They go ham. And Arcfire, his army crumbles. Again, this the power of charge lots. Once they arrive, once they hit the field, they completely overwhelm the Stalker army of Arcfire. Now he's falling behind. 12 workers going down. Arcfire, he almost did stabilize. Almost. But barely didn't quite get there. Needed a little bit more time. GG gets called, and Creator will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Creator does take a lead in the series, and with that, we'll see if Arrowfire can bounce back. Again, it was just a really rough start for Arrowfire. It's one of those things where in a mirror matchup, it can be difficult to bounce back from an early game deficit. We spoke about it, but the double Adept Harass killing 9 probes was brutal, and from there, that's why Creator was able to saturate his third base that much faster. He got a faster third, he got faster charge, faster upgrades as well, faster production. Like, everything was like one step ahead, like slightly ahead in favor of Creator. Which is why Arrowfire just needed a little bit more time, and it was doing well, right? Like, sniping the War Prism was a huge moment for him, but he needed a little bit more there. Alas, GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. Happy Independence Day. Ah, share my papi. Happy Independence Day. In Poland, I imagine, question mark? Yo, is it that time of the year to watch Will Smith beat back aliens? Is that oh no. Hope you have a good day. Hope you enjoy yourselves. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Blacklist International, leading the series 1-0. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his old clan, Alpha X. It is Arrowfire. Now, does he go for the gate expand again? Does he cut corners for the second game in a row? Does he try to rush into a faster expansion? My eyes are on Arrowfire. Go. So Probe Scout is moving out for both players. Both players will be scouting. We do have our double gases, waiting for our next step here. There's the second gateway. This time for Arrowfire and Creator. Okay, so Arrowfire, he did have some fun last game, cutting corners and trying to go for a fast nexus. He was punished. In the end, he was punished for it, and now he has reverted back to something a little bit more standard, something more normal. Okay. Calming things down. Oh, never mind. I mean, it is a more normal start. It is going to be a 2-gate opener here, but the second pylon is missing, and the Creator does confirm. The second pylon is nowhere to be found. We have found it here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. So Arrowfire, he's committing to a proxy. This would not be a bad location for a proxy Stargate, just because, you know, you can get across the map by air. The probe is sticking around. Cybercore just finished, and it is the Stargate. So proxy Stargate by Arrowfire. This is not an all-in. This is just a way to get ahead economically. You go into 1, maybe 2 oracles, bust into the main, and wreak havoc in the mineral line. If Creator misreads this, then Creator will not be in position to defend. For now, again, Creator, he knows that the pylon is not in the main, so he's looking. He's searching for the pylon. He checks the natural, going up towards the 3rd, checking the linear 4th base, and checking the top side of the map. Does he move out with a second probe, though? That's usually the case. We'll see which direction Creator goes in. He's keeping his Stalker back at home. Still looking for the proxy. Adepts are moving out, so it's going to be Adepts on the ground and Oracles in the sky. And Creator, he has to try to, you know, make some assumptions at this point. He does confirm that there is a Nexus, so he knows it's not a 1-base all-in. He knows it's not a Robo, which means the likelihood of it being a Stargate is that much higher. It is quite high. Shield Battery in the low ground. Adepts shade into the main. Yeah, Creator, he was later to wall off. So far, 2 probe kills. Not bad getting a 3rd probe as well. Adepts are cleaned up. Creator, he's moving in position to defend his natural. Once again, there's nothing in the main. Yeah, he has not he's not been able to figure this out. Oracle's diving in. Creator, he's not quite ready for this. No shield battery, no stalkers. Probes are getting picked up. Oh, that's going to be 2, 3. Oh my god, up to 6, up to 7, including the Adept Harass earlier. 8 probes. 8 probes going down, and just like that, Arrowfire takes a massive worker lead. Now, Bear this in mind though, Creator does have a second Nexus, so he's making 2 probes at a time. Creator, he can recover, but I would give the edge to Aragfire as he has a second Oracle. The first one is still alive, he can go back in, and 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes. The shield battery means nothing. It does nothing. 2, 3, 4 probe kills. And again, it all just came down to the early game. It all just came down to the proxy. Creator, he assumed it was something different. He was able to confirm it wasn't a robo earlier, but it is a little bit on Creator to cut corners and not be ready in the main. He knew that it was a possibility, but he chose to ignore it, and alas was punished. And now Creator might just be all in. And what I mean by that is that the Oracles are about to hit the natural, and once again, there's going to be 0 saturation at the natural base. As 2 more probes go down, and it's all or nothing. It's all or nothing for Creator. There's a shield battery, there's Nova Charge. Breaking this natural is not going to be easy. But he can force field. Does force field the ramp. Tries to take down the shield battery. Hallucination does tank a couple of shots. But Creator, he's running out of steam. He's running out of units. The force fields weren't bad, but he only has 2 Stalkers down to 1. GG gets called. Aragfire, he holds, and we are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Aragfire, again, he gambled a little bit by going for the proxy Stargate, but he was able to get one over on Creator. Again, Creator, he misread the game state. He knew that the pylon was missing. He knew that it was somewhere, but he didn't find it, and he gambled, basically. He just gambled. He assumed, I would assume that maybe he thought it was just a fake proxy pylon, right? Which is, you know, a thing in this game, which is a thing in PvP. So it looks like he assumed it was just a fake proxy pylon, and he just played standard, and in the end did lose far too much. And with that, going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. As up next, we have a Ghost River. Again, a very small map. If either player wanted to go for an all-in, then this would be the map for it. We'll see who decides to pull the trigger. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Blacklist International. Being forced into the ace match, can he bring it back? It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his old clan, Alpha X. It is Aragfire. Here we go. Okay, we have our PvP. We have our ace match at all ends here at all ends on Ghost River. And does anyone go for a proxy pylon? Does anyone commit to an all-in? Does anyone risk it in the ace match? That's the better question. Oh no. For now, probe scouts across the map. They will pass by each other. And we'll see if either player tries to cut any corners. Second gateway for Creator. Aragfire not going for this. Okay. Bit of a more delayed second gateway, but second gateway nonetheless. Aragfire, he's being active. And yeah, I'm not opposed to a fake proxy pylon. So the pylon is being thrown down. And I'm pretty sure this time Aragfire, he won't commit to anything. But we'll see. I mean, in this position, he could still go Stargate again, 2 games in a row. Could go for a Stargate. I would not be... I was going to say that I'm not really too in love with the idea of a proxy robo in this position. It is pretty far away. In saying that, I'm pretty sure we have seen proxy robo here before. So I think it is viable. But, I mean, the probe is sticking around. The probe is still here. Oh, what's it going to be? The robo. Okay, 1 base all in. There it is. So yeah, that's why I was on the fence about being like, oh, is it going to be the proxy robo? Like, we've seen it here before. And this works just because how small the map is. The map is so small, so even though the robo is a little bit far out of the way, it can still work out well here for Aragfire. Now, Creator, once again, he confirms the pylon is missing. He knows it's missing, and this time he takes it seriously. This time he moves out with 2 probes. Not just 1 here in the center, but a second on the right-hand side. He's looking for the typical proxy locations for a Stargate. But he hasn't found anything yet. He should be checking behind the mineral patches here on his half of the map. But will he check over here is the problem. Creator, he plays safe. Robo. Creator, he doesn't know what's going on, but he does go for a Robo Opener. Very safe play from Creator, and this is going to work out well for him. It is going to work nicely. As the Stalkers, they do rotate around. Engaging with the army. No force field, but I mean, yeah, Creator, he is being overpowered. Here comes the Immortal. Now Creator knows. Now he confirms. Ooh. Yeah, Brutal Pigos, he loses one Stalker. Gonna lose another? This is insane. 2 Stalkers go down for free. Massive Pigos and Creator, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Shield batteries are on the way. Creator, he has to race back home. And we'll see if Creator can survive this. Does have force fields. Does have his own defensive Immortal because of the Robo. So despite losing 2 Stalkers, like, he can still hold on. He can try. War Prism has arrived, so Arc Fire, he can try to just, yeah, try to ferry into the main. Leapfrog into the main. Creator, he doesn't see! No shot! No, he doesn't see, Pappy! He's in the dark. Here comes the unload. And yeah, we dive on the shield battery. The Immortal's under fire. Boys are being pulled. 1 Immortal goes down. But the second comes out just in time. And Creator, he's holding. And he is holding on. Going for the Prism. Prism, 1 more volley. Up. Oh, it does get picked up. And Creator holds. Creator holds. Now, no more high ground vision. No more reinforcements. Second Immortal has arrived, but Arc Fire lost a lot there in that attack. And he's getting ready to expand. He's getting ready to expand and transition out of this. It looks like he knows he cannot kill his opponent. Building up resources. There it is. There's the Nexus. So the all-in a sense, has failed from Arc Fire, but he can still recover. He can still try to contain his opponent and then get ahead economically. Speaking of getting ahead, Adepts say shade into the main. They get 3 probes. Up. 4. 4 probes go down. War Prism gets spotted. Arc Fire, he should be aware. Hopefully he did see it. He's getting ready in his main. Trying to push further in. Stalkers are ready. But he doesn't really have much to work with. He's actually going for the War Prism. Prism survives. Creator, he can take this fight. Phoenix going for the Prism. Oh, never mind, going for the Stalker. Arc Fire, he will defend. And across the map, he gets a gateway. Nice control here out of Arc Fire. Controlling very nicely here across the map. Defends his main. Here, Creator, he is at least holding onto his main base, but he's falling behind. He's falling behind. Probe count now getting higher and higher in favor of Arc Fire. And things are looking bleak for the Korean Protoss. Longer this goes on, the worse it is. And he will soon break out, but now there are Phoenixes. The Stargate was thrown down earlier, and now we're getting to Mass Phoenix. They can shut down the War Prism. They can crowd control some of these Immortals. They can lift them up and pick them up. Arc Fire is all over this. And I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time seeing a way out of this for Creator. He's trying to break out of it. So now the supply block. Supply block is brutal for both players, but it's hurting Creator that much more. Because they check for any further attack, like a Robotics Bay or Dark Shrine. and yeah, as long as Aragfire plays this out well, Creator, he's stuck. Prism moves out, barely gets away. Aragfire does not spot the War Prism. He's not aware. Creator is going for the Robo. This might force Aragfire to respond and pull back. Does respond with the Phoenixes. War Prism is very low. It's a recall. Creator gets out. So nice move here by Creator. He was able to sneak out, able to depower the Robo. Now it's time to push. Oh my god, the force fields. Thankfully, Creator, he's able to pick up. Saves the Immortals. Aragfire taking a lot of hits. Creator still looking for another way out. Takes down the Prism, nice pickup. And Creator is all in. He's completely all in with this. Look at the supplies. Immortal count in favor of Aragfire. Meanwhile, that is 15 Stalkers. Hey, Creator, he can still pull this off. The army supplies are quite comparable. Shield Battery is on the way for Aragfire. Phoenix is coming in from behind. Ideally, again, Aragfire, he wants that War Prism. Catches him for reinforcements. Not bad. Gets 1 Stalker. Gets 2. Gets 3. 3 Stalkers go down. Phoenixes, they come in from behind. They're going for the Prism. They get essentially the main armies do clash. There's the overcharge. Phoenixes, they collapse on the Immortals. And they can lift up all 3. And Creator is just being picked apart. He just cannot push in. He cannot break this position. And Aragfire with the upset. GG gets called. And Aragfire will take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Aragfire for claiming the PvP, a very intense PvP as well. But again, there was some unfortunate moments for Creator. Game 2, Creator, he saw that the pylon was missing. He thought it was a fake proxy pylon. He got punished by the proxy oracle. Here in game 3, Aragfire, he committed to the all-in, and it was brutal that Creator, he lost 2 Stalkers at the start of the game for free. Didn't get anything for it. Lost 2 Stalkers, lost map control. He was stuck in his main base, and Aragfire was able to expand and take an economic lead from there. GG, well played. Congratulations, Aragfire. Meanwhile, a shout out to Sort of. Oh my god, Happy God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you're enjoying your time in South Korea. And congratulations as well. I think I've already said it before in your chat. But congratulations on you know, all things that are happening IRL with you, on getting engaged or, you know, soon to be married. Crazy stuff, happy crazy stuff. So congrats. We're all happy for you. Este sort of. And yeah, with that, GG well played. Aragfire, he will advance on into the next round, and we will follow him into his next opponent. The question becomes, who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over and try to catch up. We have plenty of updates here. Let's scroll down and see if we can, if we have an opponent. We do. Okay, we do have an opponent. Let's slip into those DMs and make sure we don't get left behind. Okay, from the bottom, we have some updates. We have Goblin versus Rebellion, still mid-series in another PvP. They're still going to be duking it out in that round of 32. At the same time, we do have, just above them, Hero. Hero takes down his opponent 2-0, waiting in the round of 16 for either Goblin or Rebellion. Going to be another PvP. Meanwhile, Aragfire takes down Creator, and we see his next opponent, the Zerg raid, just in time for the Zerg player. This is the reason why we jumped on Aragfire versus Creator, because it leads into Shin. So Shin versus Aragfire is going to be coming up next on the channel. That is going to be our next series. Videos are underway, and we will be jumping in. Sorry, just setting up the players and the teams. Scrolling up, more updates. We have Nightmare. Nightmare takes down Shameless 2-0. Classic takes down Volarius 2-0. And now we have Classic versus Nightmare in another PvP. A lot of PvPs are going on. A lot of Speaking of more PvPs, Hearthstone versus Lunacy. Another Protoss versus Protoss. Into Maxfire. More PvPs as well. I just realized, yo, this lower half of the bracket is purely Protoss. Except for Shin. Shin is the only non-Protoss player in this entire half of the bracket. Oh no. Insert meme here. You know what meme I'm talking about. You know. Shin, he's surrounded by Protoss. Oh no. Someone hold him. But that's also why we're focusing on this, because we're trying to avoid some of the mirror matchups, but purely Protoss down here. Let's catch up on the upper half of the bracket and see what else is going on. Okay, here we have a little bit more diversity. We have, there we go. We have Rex. Rex takes down Geralt 2-0. Sorry, yeah, does take him down 2-0. Rex is up against Clem in the round of 16. That is a Terran versus Zerg. Oh, no Protoss even in that matchup. Crazy, but that is going to be a TVZ between Clem and Rex. Scrolling down, we have Trap versus Gumiho. Trap takes down his opponent. Gumiho takes down his Dave Latos, and we have Trap versus Gumiho in the round 16. Scrolling down, we have Bjorn versus Ryung in a TVT. That is a very intense series. That could go either way. Best of luck. Best of luck to Bjorn and Ryung, as Ryung takes down Nikrak 2-0. Now in that Terran versus Terran. Solo takes down Luciano in a ZVT. Skillus takes down Quanta in a PVT, and now we have Skillus versus Solar in the round of 16 as well. Oh boy. So best of luck to all those players. Best of luck to everyone involved. Shout out to Wardy, of course. Wardy is also casting on his own channel. I don't know what series he's in, but I'm sure he's somewhere in the upper half of the bracket. I hope someone is casting Solar versus Skillus. Solar versus Skillus looks like a juicy matchup, and I hope it's being covered by someone. Likewise, Beyond versus Ryung looks really good as well. Trap versus Gumiho, some really high quality matches going on there in the upper half of the bracket. Of course, we are focusing on the lower half. We just casted Aragfire, took down what he already caused one upset. Can he cause another? As he is up against Shin in the round of 16. And we're jumping in. We are jumping in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his old team, his old clan, Alpha X. It is Arrowfire. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Aragfire was the underdog previously, and he still is the underdog. Can he cause another massive upset? Shin going to be coming in as a heavy favorite. Shin is very unorthodox. He's very aggressive in this matchup. He is very hard to read as a player. We've seen Shin upset even in recent weeks players like Maxpax, players like Clem. Shin is not one to be taken lightly, as you can see here as he goes for the gold. He rushes into the gold base. Again, Shin, he's very prone to rushing into things like golds and going for roach-based all-ins, going for German taxis, going for queen walks across the map, going for 2-base Muta, rushing into ultras. Yeah, he just does his own thing. It can be very hard to get a handle on what Shin is up to, so scouting is paramount whenever you play against Shin. Aragfire, he confirms that there is no expansion, and he will hopefully check. Ooh, doesn't check the expansion. So because Shin has reputation, Dark as well. Oh, hello. But because they have reputations, it is very common for the Korean Protoss players to check and confirm the gold on this map against Shin and Dark, and if they ever do see it, they respond with a Forge, they respond with a Pylon, and with a Cannon Rush, and they do an amazing job at just shutting down this kind of setup. Speaking of, Aragfire is going for the Proxy Pylon. He may not have seen the expansion, but looks like he has assumed that it's on the way. So Aragfire, I mean, he did see the lack of natural, and he saw the lack of triangular threat as well, so true, it has to be the gold. So he has deduced that. There's our Proxy Gateway, and we'll see if Aragfire can pull this off. Now, I'm a little bit less in love with this response. I mentioned before that the Korean players, the Korean Protosses, they respond with a Cannon Rush typically to punish the space. Going for the Proxy instead takes a little bit longer to get going, but it is going to be the setup for a one-base all-in. That's a full wall back at home, 2 gates back at home, 2 gates across. It's a, oh my god, it's a one-base all-in with a Proxy Twilight Council? Okay, that I was not expecting. Proxy Glaives? Proxy Charge? I mean, we have limited gas available and only 2 and 2. I'm curious. Meanwhile, Spine Crawler's on the way. Shin, he has confirmed. He has seen the proxy.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
He is a Diva Enjoyer as well. Do not forget that. And also he scattered earlier, confirming that there was nothing across the map. Now, because of that Twilight Council, the pylon is safe. The pylon is secure behind the buildings. It's going to be Proxy Glaive Adepts. But the Twilight Council's under fire. Adepts, they have to respond. Lings, they do get some hull damage on the Twilight Council. They're committing, actually. Can they get a kill? It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. And it looks like they will barely get the kill. Massive pickoff with the last hit from the Zergling. With the last hit, the last bite. Oh my god. Glaives is denied. Adepts, they still bust into the natural. But Lings are in position. And they do not do that. They do not commit. Queens are being picked off. One queen does not go down. The Lings are setting up for a surround. They come in from behind. They lock down the Adepts. It's going to be 1 Adept going down, 2 Adepts, 3 Adepts, almost 4. He wants that final Adept. Does get it. This won't be the most efficient trade here by Shin, but he still breaks through nonetheless. Getting on top of the Adepts, making sure they do not protect that pylon. As they do shade away. Good positioning here from Arrow Fire. Does position well, but the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Arrow Fire. Again, the goal base is coming into play. Shin, he is somewhat saturated. Banelings are morphing in as well. And with Banelings now in play, I don't think we can give into the shade. No, not at all. Arrow Fire, he has to back off. Shin, he's coming in for the surround. He wants to lock down the army. No, there's no way out. Massive connections. Yeah, Adepts, they get annihilated. GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. GG. Shin does take the first game. Again, Arrowfire, he did confirm for the most part that there was the goal base in production, and he did respond with 1 base Glaive Adepts. I have not seen that response before. I'll be honest, that's the first I'm seeing of it, and I'm sure it has a lot of potential, just very unfortunate that Shin was able to kill the Twilight Council before Glaives finished. And that was so close as well. Remember, that Twilight Council went down with the final hit from that Zergling. With the final bite from that Zergling, the Twilight Council went down. It was so close. You know, 1 more second and the Lings would have been cleaned up and the Twilight Council would have survived at least a little bit longer. So very clutch move there by Shin. With that, GG, Shin takes the lead. Shin does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Now, on Oceanborn, there's no gold base, so Shin won't be tempted to rush into the gold. We should have a much more standard start to the game, but this map, as we mention all the time, is prone to all-ins. The third base on Oceanborn is very exposed. We've seen many roach-based all-ins in ZVP over the past year. It's very commonplace, and we'll see if that's what we get here as well. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player from the land of France, representing his old clan Alpha X. It is Arrowfire. And hello, Shin. So he's not tempted by the gold, but he's tempted nonetheless to get a hatchery out on the map. He is going for the proxy hatchery here. I would imagine to hatch block the natural. Yep, there we go. It is rallied right onto the natural base. Ideally, this forces the Protoss player to pull the boys and to have lost mining time. And I want to say have around like 6, maybe even 7 workers off the mineral line. As there goes that hatchery. And the boys are being pulled. And it's going to be 6. So it's going to be 6 probes off the mineral line. And I mean, that's already worth it. You know, just denying any kind of mining time here for Arrowfire. Back at home, we should be seeing an expansion. Should be... Oh, never mind. I was going to say it should be a hatch build here by Shin. But he's going for a gas pool before his natural. Okay. Now, part of this might just be because of the probe. Like, he sees the probe, so he knows that the hatchery is going to be delayed anyway. If it wasn't for the probe, maybe he would have gone for the faster hatchery. As the pylon gets placed, Arrowfire does pylon block. This hatchery should be cancelled. There's a cancel. Shin forced to back off from... Oh my god. Almost gets another hatchery. Calm down. Just being as annoying as possible, delaying the Nexus for as long as he can. Oh! And the drone is going to get picked up. One more shot away from going down, and we'll get the hell out of there. Drone pulls away. And now we can settle in. Can settle in. Arc Fire now going to be expanding. Again, it is going to be a very late expansion for Arc Fire. There is going to be a window though. The biggest potential that Arc Fire has is a counterattack with this Adept. The reason for this, no link speed, right? Link speed is delayed because of the build, so these Adepts have potential to try to wreak havoc and pull apart the attention of the Lings and try to get some drone kills. As Shin is double expanding, makes sense because his natural was late, so going for his natural, going for his third. Link speed just now beginning, and Shin, he's forced to make these Lings. Again, he needs these Lings to help defend, help survive against the Adept. Does need them. See in the chat, I like the Spine to aggro the Adepts. Even if it wasn't Glaive Adepts, it is very common to go for a Spine Crawler at the gold. If it was a Stalker aggression, or even a Zealot based all-in, or even just regular Adepts, Spine Crawler is standard. Meanwhile, the Adepts, they do hit the third. Adept going for the drones, going for the mineral line, does not get a worker. Oh, he wants it! Doesn't get it. Whew. Does not get a worker in the main. But you can see how oversaturated Shin is because he cannot defend the natural. He cannot defend this position, not yet. Lings move out, and now Shin can transfer. Now he can Maynard over. And now we need to take a moment to take a look at the economic state, because it's kind of in a weird position here. Arc Fire is going into his Oracle, should be soon taking a third base. He's getting saturated up to 32 probes. Shin doesn't have the greatest economic game state either, because it was forced to make all these Lings. So just kind of a shaky game state here overall. We're trying to settle in. Second gateway gets thrown down. Shin is in position to delay the third. Oracle moves out. And we'll see if Arc Fire commits to any further tech. He doesn't. Okay, so he doesn't go for any tech before expanding. He goes for the third. It is a late third base here for Arc Fire, later than normal, even considering the game state, so Shin has that going for him. He's droning, safety Roach Warren at the 5-minute mark, just under 5 minutes. Shin is trying to keep up. So far, so good. The Oracles haven't done much damage. Twilight Council's on the way. We'll keep an eye out for the Forge. If there is no Forge, this could be something more aggressive, but now there it is. Forge is on the way. So I'm leaning towards +1 Blink Stalkers. We'll see if Arc Fire goes for charge instead. It is very much so viable. From here, Shin just saturating his bases, getting a fourth. He has Lings for map control, but that is it. He did get the safety Roach Warren, but he hasn't invested into any Roaches themselves. +1 range is on the way. That tells us that Shin does intend to commit to Roach play and maybe into Hydras down the line. But now he's just droning. Oh. Now he's just droning up. Now he's taking all of his gases. Now he's saturating. And we have the answer. It is not Blink, it is Charge. It's going to be +1 in Charge here from Arc Fire. From here, he can go into Archons and Immortal production as well. And he will have a timing. There's going to be a window here where he can push in with these upgrades. And if Shin is too greedy, I mean, he can get caught out. If he's too greedy. But now he's moving up with his Lings. He throws down his Hydrogen. So far, he has not made any Roaches. He can, but ideally he wants to get away with just purely Hydra production. They threaten the dive. They do see the reinforcing zealots, so even though Shin hasn't seen much of the main, he knows. Now he knows it is charge. He's aware of chargelots. Hydras are amassing as we speak. Now we spoke about this timing for Arrow Fire as charge is just now finishing, and now he can push. But he's just trying to keep up with the Lings. They're in position to get eyes on the 4th at least. Arrow Fire is keeping up. War Prism has arrived. Lings, they just keep these zealots busy. And they're just giving Shin time to build up Hydras, build up Roaches. And Shin should be fine. Even against this Roach move out, sorry, this Archon move out, Shin should be okay. He caught workers at 3 base saturation. Lings have eyes on the Archons. They're going for the 4th. And Shin's ready. Does get supply block though. Overlords go down. Massive pickups. Here come the reinforcements. There are force fields available. No Ravagers. Never mind. They're morphing in. They are just now morphing in. Fire has to back off. Again, Shin, he only drone up to 3 bases. He got the 4th base just for Larva. Played it safe. And those Lings from earlier, they were the real MVPs. They bought so much time for Shin to build up this army. And now he's getting ready for his own counterattack, and he is still not droning. Oh. And Shin is not droning up, he's pushing instead. Gets eyes on the Archons, only 1 immortal. And Shin's maxed. Shin, he's maxed out. Ay, ay, ay. And can Arrow Fire survive? Mortal production is still underway. Files don't quite connect. You can see Shin, he peels off some units, goes for the 4th. And Shin is pushing forward the Vials. They connect with the High Templar. Storm is finishing up in a couple of seconds. Storm just now finishing. Meanwhile, that's a kill on the Nexus. 4th base goes down. Charge up, they're doing well for themselves, but now the rest of the reinforcements can focus on the 3rd. Oh, the contamination! Oh my god! Contamination on the Robo. Shinny's crazy. With that, no more immortals. Shinny's still rallying across the map, and there's barely an army left for the Protoss. There's 2 High Templar, 1 immortal. GG gets called, and Shin will break through, will take the series 2-0 and advance on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very dynamic game here from Shin. It was just a really awkward start, especially here in Game 2. Game 1, you know, Aragfire here responded with an all-in, and for Aragfire to be denied Glaives was a brutal moment for him. Here in Game 2, we had a bit more of a back and forth instead, but we spoke about it. There were certain timings, certain windows that Aragfire was trying to make use of, which he wasn't able to because of the Lings, because of the run-bys, because of the counterattacks. Aragfire was delayed, and Shin was looking very comfortable as well. Was looking very, very comfortable. That is also why the Robo and Immortal production was delayed, because Aragfire wanted to hit with Charge and Archons first, but he missed his window. He missed his timing. Then he had to stumble into the mid game and stumble into Immortal production, but couldn't quite get there. He was punished by Shin. GG. GG, well played. With that, let's head on over here to the bracket. Do we have any updates? This was a fast series. Oh, but there were faster ones. Okay, never mind. Here we go. We are going to be catching up, and just need to make sure that I don't get left behind. But from the top, from the very top, we have Clem. Clem takes down Rex 2-0, advancing on to the next round, where he's going to be facing against Trap, as Trap takes down Gumiho 2-0 as well. Big wins here for Clem and Trap. They're now facing off. There is a lobby link, and we could jump in, but I think Wardy is casting that series. Question mark? I think I'm okay waiting. I think I'm okay. But Clem and Trap, they're about to face off. Meanwhile, we have Byun. Byun is facing off against Ryung in the TVT, or does win the series. Does take down Ryung 2-1. Sola still mid-series against Skillis. And Max Pack still mid-series against Harsta. Okay, do we have any other updates here? Scrolling down, Classic still mid-series against Nightmare, and Hero is still up against Goblin in those early rounds. Again, I could have jumped into Clem versus Trap, but I think someone else is casting that. Let me just double check. Let's see where everyone is. So Biomorph is casting Skillless versus Solar. Solar up 1-0. And Wardy is casting... what exactly? Trap Clem. Yeah, there we go. So Wardy's in Trap versus Clem. So I'm happy to let that lobby go and have some of the other casters jump into that. And that means I guess we have some downtime. I guess we do have a bit of downtime here. Our goal most likely is to just wait. It's to just wait for Hero and Goblin. I would love to jump into Hero versus Shin, the potential Hero versus Shin, maybe Goblin versus Shin, we don't know. But my intention is here in the lower half of the bracket, in the lower quarterfinals, and then maybe catching some of these upper matches here. You know, we have Max Packs versus Hearthstone, Classic versus Nightmare. As I mentioned before, it's purely Protoss down here, except for Shin. he's surrounded by Protoss. Oh my god. So that's kind of the narrative that we're following. And again, if you want to tune into the upper half of the brackets, I believe Behemoth and Wardy are covering those matches. There's also other language streams. There's Inu, there's Koka, and I believe some other language casters as well. So they might be spread out as well. They might be covering other games. So you can tune into that if you wish. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping, or we're going to be going on a short break, I guess. Yeah. take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, take a break here, and we're going to be coming back in a couple of minutes with our next series. Again, it's either going to be like another game between Hero and Goblin, or the winner against Shin. So I'm parked here in the Americas server, waiting for that to be decided. That's the plan. That's the plan. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Again, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll see you guys soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that break in the Brutal OSC as we have returned with the quarterfinals. Exclamation mark B in the chat, as the entirety of the quarterfinals has now begun. You know, all the round 16 matches did conclude almost in unison, and now the quarterfinals is underway. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Diamond Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Hero. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your Gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, in the previous rounds, Shin was favored. That is true against Arrowfire. But here against Hero, this is a little bit more up in the air. I would lean towards Hero. Definitely lean towards Hero. It was last week where we casted Hero versus Shin in a best of 5. Did go to game 4. It was back and forth, but Hero did take it in the end. But it's also very hard to really commit to that. That was a series in Alima League. For those that tuned in, Alima League was a very intense tournament. Best of 5 finals was between Shin and Hero. I do recommend the VODs. We did cast Alima League live, but that was also on the PTR, right? That was on the PTR, that was on the new maps, that was on the new patch. This is on the current patch and on the current map pool, so very different dynamic between Shin and Hero, and we'll see how this does unfold. But so far, Gate Expand, standard opener here by Hero. You could argue, yo, the pylon is exposed, the wall, is it solid? The answer is yes. Hero does often wall quite like this, and he often does tempt the Zerg player to be aggressive. Nowadays, Zerg players do not bite, it is just Hero things. So we can settle in, can settle down. Likewise, Hatchgas full opener by Shin, forced to take the unnatural natural, but outside of that, it's just going to be a standard opener overall. Just going to be saturating the bases, settling into towards the mid-game, and we'll see what direction our players do take us in. Now, as a reminder, I did mention earlier that Shin is very unorthodox and very aggressive and very hard to read. I stand by that, but Hero can be quite similar as well. He can play standard, but he can also, at the drop of a dime, just go for a gateway explosion, go for a 3-base all-in, and just hammer down the Zerg opponent. Hero is also very aggressive in this matchup as well. As the first adept does shade across the map. Stargate opener here out of Hero. Likewise, again, no surprises so far. Standard opener from Hero. Adept does shade between the bases. Does deny any kind of transferring of workers. And will threaten a shade into the main. Oh. Does commit. Going for the Lings. Gets one. One Ling goes down. Nice surround here by Shin. Nice stutter stepping with the Lings. Gets extra hits in. Loses a second Ling. Loses a third Ling. But will kill the Adept just barely. The Adept goes down. So that was, I would say, a better trade for Shin. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be an Oracle. It is not. It's going to be a Void Ray opener instead. Now, with a Void Ray opener, the goal here is to shut down the Overlords, to deny vision, and to deny scouting, and to get into some hidden tech. Now, this could be a standard follow-up. It could be Void Ray into Oracle into a third, or it could be Void Ray into Oracle into a second, Stargate into Sky Toss, could be into a fast Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, could be a delayed expansion. We'll see. We'll see if it's delayed or if it's on time. So far, the expansion is going to be thrown down. Hero, he shuts down the Overlord, and he does go for his standard timing on the third. So he will expand. We'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing after this as well, as the Void Ray is looking and hunting for more Overlords. There's a Twilight Council. It was thrown down quite early, but okay, it's going to be the Forge follow-up. Hero is not going into Glaives. This does feel like Blink. As the Void Ray does threaten the natural. Queens are in position. So far, so good. Shin is holding on. Void Ray rotates around. Shin does invest quite heavily into these Lings, and we'll see if he can try and threaten the third, but for the most part, especially with the arrival of an Oracle, Hero should be okay. But there's more Lings in production. Lings in production. Shin, I imagine, will soon move out. Plus one melee is on the way. Safety Roach Warren. With plus one melee in production, it looks like Shin may opt to go for faster Hydras. So far, the Oracles are maintaining map control. They shut down two of those creep tumors. Nice pickoffs here by Hero. Very nice pickoffs. Gets eyes on the tech. Shin's still droning up. And meanwhile, Hero is indeed going for +1 and Blink. He's going for a gateway explosion. That's going to be a 5 gate setup. Didn't realize that he had skipped out on the second gateway. So 5 gate setup by Hero. Void Ray going for the 4th, and does he force a cancel? He does! Very strong pick off here. He's looking for another cancel. Can he get it? Up! Goes to the Queen. The Queen is exposed. Queen goes down. The hatchery as well for the second time. Ay. That's 2 cancels on the hatchery, a Queen and a drone as well. Massive pickoffs here for Hero. Shin gonna be stuck on 3 bases that much longer, and now taking his gases. I mean, he has to spend his money somehow. And behind this, Hero just building up his Stalker count. Void Ray comes in again. Oh my god. But here we go. Now we have 2 Queens coming in, and Shin should be able to hold on. Again, he has been contained on 3 bases. Lair's now finishing up. Does Shin go for Roach Speed or Hydras? For now, does have a massive surge of Lings moving out. Okay, it is going to be Hydras behind this. Lings are moving out across the map. And what can they get done? Shield batteries are on the way. Lings going for the Adepts. But there are Oracles to punish. Lings, they have to back off. They do not get the Adepts. And Hero can now push. He can now move out. You may be thinking, like, can Hero sustain himself with this army? He has no War Prison to reinforce. He doesn't, but he has Oracles. He has Oracles, which is the next best thing. That means that these Lings can't do anything. The Lings, they cannot engage. If they try to, they're going to be punished by the Pulsar Beams. And the win condition for Hero, deny the 4th. He's denied it twice already. He's going for it for a 3rd time. Stage Trap gets thrown down. Does connect with the Lings. Ooh, massive connection. Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. Oracles, they do get dragged away by the Queens, which means Stalkers are going down. Oh, this is not a clean trade for Hero. And it looks like Shin, can he barely hold on? He cannot. He cannot. The base still goes down. But Shin, he trades well against the Stalkers, is what I will say. Again, Hero, he had a bit of miscontrol with the Oracles. Ideally, you want to pull the Oracles back out of range of the Queens and hold position them over the Stalkers so they can just go ham on the Lings. So Hero had some miscontrol. Shin still lost the expansion, but Shin now has momentum. He killed so many Stalkers, and he wants them. He wants more. And exactly how many Stalkers went down? 13. Oof. 13 Stalkers did fall, and even more almost getting picked off. How many Stalkers are left? 15, so basically the Stalker count was cut in half. Imagine this Stalker army, but doubled. And Hero would be in a winning position. Hero is still trying to maintain map control. Shin, he's stabilizing somewhat. Still doesn't have a 4th. Like, the 4th base is still a brutal loss for Shin, but his main army, it's threatening. It can hold its own. Meanwhile, Hero taking his own 4th. Even faster than the 4th base of Shin, so Hero is maintaining an economic lead. But bleeding out Stalkers is quite expensive. Here, he has to be careful. Has to respect the Hydras. Shin, does he go for the Lurker Den? For now, there it is. A Lurker Den has been thrown down. A Hive is halfway done. But now Shin is stuck on Ling Hydra. He's working towards Lurkers. Shin actually doesn't have any Lings, though. Uh-oh. Without Lings, the Hydra's exposed. Decent pickles here by Hero. Trying to drag the army into the stasis. There is an Overseer, though, and Shin, he does hold on. Does pull away. Ooh, we'll lose the 5th, though. Oh, God. His base is denied. Shin getting saturated on 4 bases, so is Hero. Hero is so far still maintaining map control. Ling's going for a run-by. Hero going for his tech of choice. He is not going into Colossus Disruptor. I assume he would, but no, he's working towards Storm. So Archive's on the way. Trying to get into Storm. Shin rotating around. Gets eyes on the now 5th base of Hero, which again is faster than the 5th of Shin. So economically, Hero's in a good position, but again, when it comes to the quality of the army, less so. Hero, he's got purely a gateway army, and meanwhile, here come the lurkers. The lurker count is slowly building up, and Hero doesn't have the best answer to lurkers, not yet. That is a lot of lunkers. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off. Hero likewise blinking back, using the choke point to his advantage. A lot of links go down. But Shin is still building up more lurkers. Gets one of the oracles. Nidustorm's on the way. Shinny does have an Overseer poised to go into the natural or into the main. Zellarambe does run into the lurkers, but they're not quite in position. They're trying to keep up. Force further back into the main. And Shinny's trying to break out. And again, here he kind of pushed into the lurkers. Not yet. He has no storm. He's trying to work towards a mortar production. That fleet beacon just now begins. It's a very late fleet beacon. I'm not so sure if he can get into that in time. Nidustorm is denied. 11 drones went down in the main. That was a lot of economic damage, but now we have a Nidustorm in the main. And Shinny's pushing through. Pushing into the 5th. Shield batteries are going down. The lunkers, they're pushing in. And again, Hero still needs more time. There's some of them late to burrow. Hero just going for a counterattack instead. Trying to commit to a base trade. Bold move. But there are lurkers back at home to defend. There are lurkers everywhere. Lunkers back at home across the map. Nidusworm did finish for a second, but was cleaned up. And Hero will at least get the expansion. Oh, does recall. Just in time. Doesn't lose anything. Doesn't lose Immortals. Doesn't lose any Archons. I would say that Shin still has the better army as he is moving out. But here he has begun Skytoss. 2 more Stargates on the way, plus 1 air attack, and the Mothership is in production as well. But again, Hero still needs more time to actually get that Skytoss going. Shinny knocks down those rocks, pushes to the center, runs into the main army. Zellarambe moving out towards the right hand side. Nothing at home to defend. Uh-oh. There's nothing back at home. And Shin is going to get caught with his pants down. Zealots, they go for the 4th. Does Hero see the 5th? He doesn't know. Doesn't see the 5th. He could have gone for it. 100% he could have gone for this base. And now he's checking. Now he knows. But Shin was given time to respond. Hero is still trading well. Gets Hydras. Gets into the mineral line. Oh my god. Spine shots are brutal. Shin pushing in. You see Hero trying to come in from behind, but there are just so many lurkers stopping him. Shin, he may have lost 10 drones, but he does hold back at home. Likewise, you can see here trying to drag the army within lurker range. Oh my god, the blinks up. He's crazy. He blinks in. So many stalkers go down. But there is the revelation. Hero, he will still clean this up, just barely. Oof. Yeah, the Immortal barely survives. Nidus goes down. But Hero, he lost 20 probes in the process. Lost the entire mineral line here at the 4th. And Shin, he smells blood in the water. He wants to go for the kill. No detection! The cloak. If there was an Overseer, then Shin, he could have taken down the Archon and the Immortal at least. But Shin has to back off. Rebuilding his bases. Still stuck on a Hydra Lurker Ling. I mean, there's not that much in the sky. There's only 3 Tempest. So this kind of army can still work. On top of that, where's Storm? Storm is just now starting. But Shin is licking his wounds. Shin, he's backing off, which means it looks like Storm should finish. As it is halfway done. Hero moves out. Now, I said earlier that, oh, it's okay, he only has 3 Tempests. Now he's up to 6. 6 Tempests for Hero. That's a lot of Tempest. Hero rotating around. Gets a couple of revelations up. Yeah, this high Tempest count can just have its way with the Hydras. The Vipers are on the way. Oh my god, the storms are brutal! The storms, and GG gets called. It's just too much, and Hero will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Again, Shin, he had his moments. He did have his moments in that game. There were definitely moments where he had momentum, where he was ahead, but they were a little bit fewer and far between. The more passive, more defensive Shin was. I mean, here he was able to stabilize. And I say passive and defensive, but there were some key moments where Hero counterattacked and did kill expansions, did get mineral lines, made sure that Shin was not comfortable back at home, made sure that Shin was on a low economy, and that Shin could not sustain himself. Towards the end there, Shin, he ran out of steam, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Hero does take the first game, and do we get an ace match, or does it all end here and now in game number 2? I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can get the most out of these two players, but again, the pressure is now on Shin. Pressure is on. And we have our answer for... we have map number 2 ready. It is going to be on Alcyone. Let us go. No shot. Oh my god. I just glanced over to my other monitor and I was not expecting this, but there's a massive upset in the bracket. Unless it was misreported. Trap, he took down Clem 2-0. Clem versus MaxPax is going to be denied. I mean, usually when that happens, it's MaxPax going down, but this time it's Clem. I mean, again, Trap, he has been improving so much over the past couple of months. Relatively recently coming back from the military, and yeah, very impressive stuff. Trap popping off. But we can get into that later on, as for now we're focusing on our series here. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Alcyone, we have our blue Zerg player representing Guyman Gladiators. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is a Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Brodos player, the Red Brodos, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Wunomas, one more game is all he needs to take the series. It is Hero. Shout out to SOF. We got settling in. Here we go. But again, crazy results in that bracket, and oh boy, now that, I mean, that opens things up. That does open things up quite heavily here for who can take the entire championship, the entire weekly. Oh boy, could go either way. There we go. As Hero is going for his gate expand as standard opener. Standard opener out of Hero. Likewise, Shin just going hatch gas pool. So for the time being, everything's looking as it should. Last time we saw Shin on this map, he did rush into the gold, but not this time. There is no gold base. Shin going for a much more standard start. I mentioned before during the Aragfire series that typically if players like Shin or Dark or any Zerg player tries to take the gold, Korean Protoss players like Hero, Trap, and Classic are so quick to punish, so quick to shut it down, so Shin doesn't even try. Does not even try. So we are just going to be saturating our bases. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Hero. Stargate into, I would imagine, Oracle. I mean, I say that last game was a Void Ray opener, true. Was a Void Ray, and I mean that was a very strong start for Hero, winding it back a little bit. I mean, how could we forget? Remember, in game 1, Hero, he opened up Void Ray and he cancelled the third base 3 times, twice with the Void Ray, and then he got a kill later on with the Blink Stalker follow up. It was insane just how much momentum Hero had early on. Eventually, if you remember though, Hero did have a bit of miscontrol with his oracles, and he did lose too many Stalkers, so then it turned into more of a back and forth game state. But I mean, we'll see if Shin can hold on to his 4th base this time. I'm sure he can. Especially because this time it is an Oracle. Okay, Oracle first, not a Void Ray. So it is going to be an Oracle opener out of Hero to harass across the map. We'll see if Shin can keep up. Does have his Overlord placed behind the natural, poised to go in. Likewise, the Lings are keeping up with the Adept. Creep is spreading. Shin going for his third. And again, the next phase of this game should be the Oracle defense. Meanwhile, a very interesting expansion location. Hero expanding linearly towards the north. Very interesting. So usually, Protoss players that would take, even Hero, would take the triangular third. They go for the third base for a couple of different reasons. One, there's a ramp, right? There's a ramp here on the right-hand side to help fortify yourself, to help wall off, and to help defend against any kind of wall in. Likewise, the would-be fourth base here on the right-hand side is also very secure. Zerg players have to take some extra steps to knock down rocks, to mine through minerals, to actually gain access to the side of the map, and it can be hard to kind of rotate between the two sides as the aggressor. So for Hero to expand towards the left is very interesting to me, and very unusual. I wonder what the purpose is there. Twilight Council gets placed, double Oracle into the main. There's the Forge, so it shouldn't be charged. Once again, leaning towards Blink. Oracle's ahead. Oh my god, 5 drone kills! Crazy! Calm down. Here he dives into the main. I mean, there was a spawn position and 1 queen. Despite that, Hero does not lose a single Oracle. He gets 5 drones across the map. 1 more Oracle here towards the left-hand side. Hero is not done. Hero is not done. And Shin, once again, he goes for a +1 melee. There is no Roach Warren for Shin. It looks like Ling Hydra. I say Ling Hydra. Technically, if Shin takes extra gases, it could be Ling Muta. Could be Spire play. As Oracle gets 2 more drones. There's 7 in total. Oh! Oracle takes some extra hits, but does get away. Meanwhile, Lings, they check the third, but last Hero is in position. He has Stalkers, he has Adepts, he has a Shield Battery, and an Overcharge. Hero is flying back at home. And again, building up and getting into his own Blink Stalkers. Now here, he does scout the 4th base of Shin. Oh! But we'll see if Hero can do anything about it. Still getting more drone kills, gets another 3 workers. Ooh, does not fully get away. 1 Oracle finally goes down, but look at the efficiency. Look at the trades here. 12 drones and 6 Lings for 1 Oracle. That is well worth it for Hero. I mean, sure, he would have liked to have kept the Oracle alive, but still, a better trade for the Protoss. Behind this, Hero's walling up. Oh my god, that's a gateway explosion. Hero has 4 gates back at home and 4 more on the way. Gases are not being taken. This looks like a 3-base all-in. This does look like a 3-base all-in from Hero. As, I mean, with this kind of setup, he does have some very nice SimCities to defend. So 8 gateways +1, Blink Stalker, Robo's on the way. I would imagine that's for the Warp Prism to reinforce across the map. And Hero, he's soon to move out. So gateways are just now finishing up. Oh, my apologies. We do see Hero teching, and he takes his gases. So my apologies, gases are being taken, which means Hero is taking up, which means Hero will most likely take a 4th. But the Prism is still on the way. Interesting. War Prism is still on the way. I mean, Hero does want to be active on the map. But how committed is he going to be? I guess for me, I'm still waiting for the 4th base. I'm still waiting for a Nexus. As Hero, he has yet to throw one down. That Temple Archives might just be for reinforcing Archons. Nah, there's +2 on the way. Charge as well. Hero's rotating. Clearing up a lot of creep. Shin throughout all this has been taking up. It's going to be Ling Hydra into Lurker, but Shin, his drone count is very low. But the wall! The wall is not a wall. It's wide open. Lings, they flood into that, so they force a recall. Yeah, massive recall here for Hero. Remember, Hero, he wanted to move out. And he's expanding linearly. Taking the 4th. I mean, I guess the advantage here... Ooh, the advantage here is that the 4th base has the high-yield gas geyser. True. But just a very interesting expansion pattern here from Hero. He's expanding away from his opponent. And he's going to be forcing more awkward trades as a result, or more awkward fights. Lings, they go for the surround, but alas, they don't quite get it. Lings, once again, they hit the natural. Recalls on cooldown. Uh-oh. Recall is on cooldown. Things they do flood in. Don't get much damage yet. Ooh, nah, yeah, Hero's fine. Here, he had some weapons available. Cannon did finish, and here he will clean up these lings without too much issue. They will get a pylon. The hero is keeping up. Pylon survives. Fleet beacons on the way. Stargates. Shin scouts. He does confirm the Sky Toss. It's going to be Sky Toss from Hero. See, Hero just taking up into a longer game state. Again, Hero, I do believe that he wanted to be more aggressive and more active, but these Ling run-bys have kept him busy. And that means that Shin gets away with Lurker Tech. Now, Shin's droning has been very awkward, is what I will say. Like, it's taken him a while to properly drone up. Because of that, the army supplies are very comparable. Shin hasn't been able to max out, not yet. But he has Lurkers. And Lurkers should be enough to survive. Oh. Storm gets forced out. Once again, another Storm. Oh my god. Oh, that's a kill! Ah, that's a kill, not to cancel the gold. Here he's popping up. Slips in on the right-hand side. I'll slip in. Night Storm across the map is going to force a reaction out of Hero. He's racing back home. Again, Shin just doing everything he can to buy time. Lurker upgrades on the way. Oh, Shin commits. Uh-oh. Spine shots go off. They get, like, 2 Stalkers. Not ideal. That was how many Lurkers? That was 4 Lurkers going down. Shin is maxing out. I did mention earlier that Shin, he saw the tech. He saw the Twilight Council. Sorry, he saw the Fleet Beacon. He saw the Stargate. But he has no indication of that. I mean, there's no Spire. Where is the Spire for Shin? Without it, I mean, we could see a repeat of Game 1. Where Hero embraces Tempest and then Shin doesn't have an answer. There's the defensive warp in. Just 1 Stalker and 1 Cannon. It is enough, just barely. Oh, the confidence from Hero. The 1 Stalker, he knows. Lurker run right towards the left-hand side. Hero's in position. Does have his army split up. Does have some units ready. Meanwhile, Shin gets 1 Tempest. Very nice pickup. Yeah, now we get the Spire on the way. Looks like Shin did not click on the buildings earlier. So even though Shin got into the main, he did not realize what was being built. And now Hero is getting ready for the surround. He's collapsing on the army. Shin has to get the hell out of here. He has to get out, and he will. Does get away. Nidus into the main. Uh-oh. Hero's not in position. Hero, he doesn't realize. Yeah, late response, late reaction. Lings, Hydras, and Lurkers bust in, but there's the recall. And Lurker's a little bit late. Oh my god, the storms are insane. Storms connect. The ground army struggles, though. We get the contamination on the Nexus. Another storm on the Hydras. Hero will clean this up, but this was a brutal trade. Hero losing 2 Immortals, losing 2 High Templar. This ground army did struggle there. And now the Spire is done. And Shin has a decent economy. He's on 87 workers. He has the gold base, taking extra gases. Corruptor production should be on the horizon. And more importantly, I should say, we should be seeing upgrades. Specifically air upgrades. Should soon be on the way. For Shin. But now he's still fixated on Ling Hydra Lurker. I believe Shin has no Vipers. Yep, 0 Vipers for Shin. Trying to brute force this instead. Meanwhile, how many High Templar is that? 10? 10 High Templar, 10 Storms. There's the first. There's 9 left. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Ling Rambai does knight the 5th. Temperature's going up. Ling Rambai gets cleaned up as there is a Zealot warp in. Likewise, another Ling Rambai towards the 4th, but there are plenty of cannons. Cannons are getting surrounded. There's the overcharge, defensive warp in. Hero does not turn around. A defense. Hero for now, he does defend. Getting the lurker. Does get another lurker, and you can see Shin, economically here, he's struggling. Doesn't have a bank. He's burning through that bank. Slow zone here on the army. Lings, once again, they go for a counterattack. They go for the run by massive storms. Corruptors, they do get the mothership at least. And the Ling run by is getting to the mineral line. And Shin, he's done it. He finally does do it. He breaks into the mineral line. Probes are going down. But what about the main fight? You can see Shin, he's starved out. Like, he's barely able to produce anything. He's squeezing out a couple of Corruptors, a couple of Hydras. Shin, he does need extra gases here. I mean, it's a very gas-intensive army. So expensive to bleed out Hydras and replace them with Corruptors here. And Hero's going to be the first to max out. Replaces his 5th base, a little bit off center, but it's okay. It's okay. So he doesn't need it on center, it's fine. Oh. As Lings get caught out. Bit of trade for Hero. Again, Hero's about to max. Shin is still recovering, but he has a massive wave of Corruptors. 16 Corruptors for Shin. The ground army is lacking though. Only 5 lurkers, 3 hydras. I want to say that I favor Hero in the next fight, but it will come down to the engagement. If the Corruptors can get in position, if they can get on top of those Tempests, then they can trade well. That's a big if. Corruptors, they're massing up. Up, going for the dive. Oh my god, that was a brutal storm. Lings are trying to get on top of the high tempo. Once again, storms, they zone away the Corruptors. So many storms. That was what, 3 storms, and there's still, I want to say, 7 left. Yeah, just perpetual storms. Oh my god, the Corruptors, they melt. They sit in the storms, and Hero, he will overwhelm. The air army does nothing. The Corruptors crumble, and Hero, he's done it. Did he lose a single Tempest this game? 2. Okay, 2 Tempests went down. 1 of them to the Hydras. 1 to the Corruptor. And Hero is snowballing out of control. GG gets called. Hero will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, Hero. He will claim the series, will advance on. My condolences to Shin. Again, it was a very intense series, definitely, but we did see that Shin, it took him a little bit too long to realize what was going on, to get ready for the Skytoss transition. He was stuck on Hydra Lurker for a very long time, and he wasn't able to accomplish much with it. He wasn't able to take fights, he wasn't able to take bases, he was one step behind tech-wise, and eventually was overwhelmed. Even though he was working towards Corruptors towards the end, there was 0-0 Corruptors, and again, he didn't have the best gas income to sustain the losses he was taking, and to afford a remax on Corruptor. So with that, GG, well played. Hero will advance on, and we have our first semifinals ready. Have the first semis ready. In saying that though, it will be held for Wardy. I have to check where is Wardy exactly. So let's double check his stream for a moment here. He is mid-series in Beyond versus Solar. Ooh. Okay. Is mid-series. So let's have a look at the bracket and figure out where we are headed. Here we go. Okay, so from the top, before I get ahead of myself and before I start talking about some of these other matches, Max Pax takes down Classic 2-0, takes him down 2-0, does advance on to lower semifinals. Hero takes down Shin, and we have the first semifinals ready. It is Max Pax versus Hero. As I did just mention, we will not be casting it yet. It is ready for us, and we will soon cast it, but it is going to be held. It is going to be held. Of course, Wardy does sponsor, does host the event, and Wardy is currently casting a different match, so we have to wait for that to finish, and then we can start this series with Wardy. Meanwhile, scrolling towards the top half of the bracket, we have Trap. Trap takes down Clem 2-0, is in the upper semis, and we have Beyond versus Solar, currently mid-series. They're currently in game 2. They are in game number 2. Quickly checking. I believe Beyond is up 1-0. Beyond is up 1-0, which means I should head on over to the Korean server. I should head on over to the Korean server. If Solar takes this next game, then we have an ace match. Then we have an ace match, and we will be jumping into Beyond versus Solar game 3. If Beyond takes it 2-0, then we'll be casting the semis. Which one? Yet to be determined. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So we have some downtime. We do have some downtime here. Let us set things up. Man. Okay, we have Hero versus Max Specs, and we have Beyond versus Solar. And Solo, of course, is on his new team. He's on Team Falcons. True. Did occur. Also, I do apologize. I was a little bit down casting, I think, the last series. I was just a little bit sad. We just got an update. We just I just heard that that we got an update when it comes to StarCraft. WTL. It was this just in. We'll probably talk a little bit more in depth about it during the podcast this week. But SC Boy did just announce in a way that so we just got an update. Okay, Beyond takes it. Beyond takes it 2-0. Which semis are we casting first? But SC Boy did just give us an update, and WTL is going to be on hiatus. So
they gain some value, and if you don't get the time for that.
Harsam is casting with Woody. But yeah, so there's no WTL anymore. Not anymore.
On NA? Yeah, NA.
Okay. Heading over to the Americas.
I hope I can authenticate instantly.
Okay. Sorry, I was just listening to the Wardy stream because I needed to know what we were casting. So, Trap versus Beyond is coming up, is going to be the upper semis. We are casting the lower semis first. Hero versus Max Packs. Beautiful. But yeah, sorry, I was a little bit distracted. But yeah, so we heard from SE Boy. The reason for it is because of how EWC works. There are too many teams that are fragmented at the moment, right? There's a lot of teams that don't have the required players to compete in WTL anymore. So because of that, SE Boy are less incentivized to actually run the league, just because there are so many players that can't compete, right? There are just so many players that are, or so many teams that have like 1 or 2 players. So all those players, they're kind of in a way locked away, or they just can't take part in the event. So there's just less and less participation over time, just because of that. So it is a little bit unfortunate there. It does make sense. On the one hand, WTL did allow partnerships between teams to try to resolve that, but teams have to take the initiative to actually make those partnerships happen, right? You have to take the initiative. Otherwise, we can just focus on our next series. We can focus on the semifinals. Looks like we are waiting for everyone to hop on over and to join us. There we go. Sag, very Sag, very Sag. Here we go. But here we go. And I kind of glossed over it before, but I mean, hey, we might have a new champion here for this week's WardiTV Monday, just because Clem has already been knocked out. Clem, there was a massive upset. Clem got knocked out by a trap 2-0. With that, suddenly everything is much more in the air. I mean, I say that MaxPax is going to be the next favorite player to win the entire tournament. He has the best PvP in the world, but he's also up against, I mean, top 2 player in the world, right? So these two players are the top 2 Protoss players available in StarCraft 2. This could go either way. Best of luck, because if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And already the vetoes are crazy, the vetoes are wild. We are entering Site Delta. This map is known for Phoenix Wars. The reason for this is because of the ramp coming into the natural. It does allow for a gate expand to be a lot more common, a lot more defendable, a lot more fortifiable as well. And because of that, that is the setup that we have here. We have both Hero and MaxPax throwing down those gateways. We'll see if either one flinches and either one tries to all in the other, or if we just embrace a more economic game. And if that's the case, then this could be the beginning of Phoenix Wars. Oh boy. For the time being, single gases here for both MaxPax and Hero, which means they are both hoping to try to get their expansions a little bit faster. Hero, he does notice. He does move to low ground. Second gas now being taken. Likewise, second gas for Hero as well. The probes are in position and the expansions are denied. And that will force out the Cybercore. Now, this is why Phoenix Wars are very common on Site Delta, because of this kind of setup here. As long as both players can make sure that neither player can expand with these probes, it forces out gas and it forces out a tech structure before the Nexus. And that tech structure typically is a Stargate. And if both MaxPax and Hero throw down Stargates, if they both confirm that as well with their probe scouts, then they have to start Phoenixes. And they don't stop making Phoenixes. Ooh, Hero, he does place the expansion though. Does get the Nexus. MaxPax out of position. And MaxPax is out of position. Hero, he does get the Nexus. Meanwhile, MaxPax, he is forced to throw down the Stargate. So, in the end, we don't have the mirrored build. Only one player was forced to throw down the Stargate in the end. Okay, no Phoenix Wars yet, but we're still getting there. There's a Stargate for Hero. Now, Hero's Stargate is slightly later than MaxPax's. That could be impactful. That does mean that MaxPax will have a slight lead. Oh my god, the shield batteries are thrown down! And MaxPax was forced to make the Zealot. He's moving out across the map with the Zealot, with an Adept, and soon with the Phoenix as well. His goal here is to punish Hero for that fast Nexus. We'll see if he can. Again, Hero trying to be greedy, pulls the boys, has to deal with these shield batteries. Otherwise, the game could just end, as the production is all here at the natural. Hero did wall off with a shield battery. Denies 2 shield batteries. There's 2 left. Ooh, Zealot breaks in. 1 shield battery goes down. Adept has arrived. And MaxPax so far doing okay, but nah, he's going to be forced back. Hero, he's holding. Here he is holding on. Does lose 3 probes. Oh! Losing another. 4 probes going down. MaxPax expands back at home. Phoenixes are in production. But again, MaxPax will have a slight Phoenix lead. Oh, a pretty big one actually. MaxPax, he has 2 Phoenixes. Hero only has 1. And he wants it. He wants that Phoenix. Death also in the shade. There we go. Second Phoenix does spawn in just in time. 2 Phoenixes versus 2 Phoenixes. Up. 1 death gets lifted. Hero. Oh. Almost does shoot first. That 1 shield battery, they're adding so much health here, or so much support to that Phoenix. There we go. 3rd Phoenix has arrived. Hero unable to chase. Shield battery goes down. Finally gets cleaned up. And MaxPax backs off. MaxPax does back off. Very intense couple of moments here. As the dust settles, both players have their natural bases. Hero does have a slight lead when it comes to his own Nexus timing. And the Phoenix Wars, they have begun. It was a chaotic start to the game, but we got there in the end. Second Stargate on the way for MaxPax. Second Stargate a little bit further behind for Hero, but it's on the way as well. 5 versus 5. Oh! Max Maxi does get a couple of extra hits in. Here he gets one shot off as well, so a bit of a trade here and there. I do give the edge to Max Max overall when it comes to the HP of those Phoenixes. Hero has to pull away. When it comes to Phoenix Wars, especially when we're even in the Phoenix count, it all comes down to who shoots first. It comes down to who shoots first, who is stacking, who is not, how quickly you can react, how ready you are, whether or not there's a shield battery to support you, how far you are away from your reinforcements. There's a couple of different factors here and there, but usually it comes down to who has more Phoenixes. Is usually what it comes down to. So massing up more and more Phoenixes. 9 versus 8. Max Max does have a 1 Phoenix lead. Oh, he's pushing in. Up! Does push in. Hero shoots first. But his Phoenixes are low though. They were already softened up. Max Max chasing him down. Gets another 2 Phoenixes. Oh my god, that could just be it. Reinforcements, they do come in. Nah, Max Max, yeah, he has it. He does overwhelm, takes out every single Phoenix, and that should be game. GG gets called. Max Max takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Again, Max Max, he did have that 1 Phoenix lead. He also shot first as well, so 2 things in his favor. Did very quickly overwhelm and did very quickly take the fight. And with that, that is game 1 in the books. Whew. And again, that's the kind of PvP that we expect on Side Delta. As I mentioned before, Side Delta, you're prone to going for a gate expand, which means Phoenix Wars. That's what it does lead to. Now we're getting into game number 2, and the map is really important when it comes to what builds are favorable and which aren't. Up next, Ghost River. Now on Ghost River, because there is no ramp coming into natural, we should not expect Phoenix Wars, but very short rush distance by ground, which means all-ins are common. All-ins and proxies are very common here on this map. Oh boy, and does Hero decide to embrace an all-in? Now, we have seen him defeat Max Max on Ghost River before, but Max Max, he is, I mean, there's a reason why I say that he has the best PvP in the world. He's very, very good, very powerful when it comes to defending and surviving against all-ins with his own opener. He's just so well practiced, so well versed. We'll see. We'll see what it's going to be. My eyes are going to be on Hero. But here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Leading the series 1-0, it is Max Max. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Hero. We go. Max Max, he does move out. He's setting up here on the high ground. Likewise, so is Hero. Hero should be working towards a 2-gate opener. I imagine Max Max is going for a gate expand. And the question, for the most part, is going to be, is Hero going to go for an all-in or not? That is the question. Speaking of, there we go, second gateway is on the way. There is a probe out on the map for Hero. He does move out towards the bottom right. Based on this location, if he does go for a pylon, this looks like a proxy Stargate. As this is very far out of the way. Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. Does pull back. It is going to be a fake proxy pylon. As Hero, he is going to be coming in for a scout. And ideally, Hero, he forces an overreaction. That is the goal. That is the goal for Hero. To force an overreaction out of Max Max. Max Max, he scouts. He does confirm the pylon is missing. The pylon is nowhere to be found. Hero even hiding that probe a little bit longer. Zealot does spawn in. Probe gets scouted. Hero dips in. It is going to be a Stargate open out of Max Max. Of course it is. This should be Stargate into Oracle with a Void Ray follow-up. And here he confirms. Does confirm the build. Just has to make sure he is ready for the Oracle. That is going to be the goal for Hero, is opening up double Stalker into a 3rd and 4th Stalker. He goes for a delayed expansion. Very aggressive start by Hero. Not all in, but very aggressive nonetheless. As he should now expand. Stalker's moving out. They ideally catch out the Adept. They get a couple of volleys off. Oh! Adept does get away, but is going to run into the reinforcing Stalkers. And Hero's pushing in. And this is designed to just trade well, pick off an Adept, a Zealot, a Shield Battery. Does get the Zealot. Takes some extra hits, has to pull back. Again, trades well against the Stalker. Oracle has arrived, and the Oracle shuts down the Stalker. Shuts down both. Shield Battery doesn't finish in time. 1 more second would have been enough. Hero, he trades. He's still rallying across the map. Oracle was revealed. Back at home, there's a Shield Battery in the mineral line. Hero pushing towards the natural. But the Shield Battery is done. Hero can't get much done. Oracle into the main. Here he gets 1 probe. Pulls away. Does he escape with the Stalkers? Oh, he does not. The power of the Void Ray. Jesus. Gets the Stalker. So MaxPax does have the slightly better trade here. And he's hunting down the 2nd Stalker as well. Jesus. He's gonna get it. Ay, ay, ay. 2nd Stalker goes down. MaxPax getting ready to dive into the main. Meanwhile, double a death for Hero. Does skirt around the edge. Goes unscouted. Doesn't get into the main base, but does shade into the mineral line nonetheless. Into the natural. Oof. The Stalkers, they're nicely positioned. They shut down the Adept. Hero doesn't get much done. MaxPax going for the Stalkers. We've seen the power of the Void Ray already. But with reinforcements, Void Ray finally goes down. Hero, he holds. Does hold back at home. And we can now finally embrace the mid-game. And work towards the mid-game. Both players are working towards Blink. And I'll be honest, I haven't casted much mid-game between Hero and MaxPax. Like, we've been casting them for years, of course. But very often, it's just, you know, All-Ins versus MaxPax. Or Phoenix Wars versus MaxPax. Very rarely do we see like a 3-base setup against him. So I'm excited. Assuming we get there. Like, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Is on the way. MaxPax taking his 3rd. Hero chose to throw down extra gateways instead. That is a 4-gate setup. Ooh. So Hero, he has the option to go for a 2-base all-in. Does have the option. Hallucination will get eyes on the timing of the 3rd. Hero getting in position for his own 3rd base as well. Hero, he does confirm that MaxPax has expanded. Hero taking a 3rd gas geyser. Immortal production has begun. And Hero, he might just not expand. I mean, the probe did survive. Gateways are finishing. Yeah, Hero, he up. Okay, does take a 3rd. Does take a 3rd base. MaxPax, he is attempting to confirm, and he does. He knows. So MaxPax knows he's safe. Hero has been revealed. And from here, MaxPax can just chill out, saturate the 3rd base, take up. You can see MaxPax working towards Forge, +1, Immortal production. Hero does have slightly faster Immortal production himself, but MaxPax is the faster 3rd. So MaxPax does have an economic lead. He has an economic lead over his opponent. Hero going for the Dark Shrine. Bold move. Unfortunately for Hero, I mean, MaxPax already has access to detection, but DTs can still get damage done, even if there is an Observer. True. So that's potential. MaxPax moving out towards the left. There is that Immortal, so Hero should be okay. As long as the Immortals are in position, he does have 2 of them. Let's have those 2 Immortals. Forces Max back. Max just getting a 4th base, trying to contain and poke in at the 3rd of Hero. And Hero, he's just taking a bit of a slower approach. I don't know if you noticed, but Hero, he's been skipping Warpins. He does have the 4-gate setup, but he has been skipping Warpins, just focusing on Immortal production. His tech, his upgrades, I mean, that's why he can afford that Dark Shrine. There we go, Hero now warping in. And we'll see what he can get done with those ZTs. As he's vying for map control, gets his 4th, Oracle will confirm, Max sees everything. Likewise, threatens the warp in into the natural as well. Prism is in position. Hero going for a blink on the DTs. Settling in. Okay, Prism is spotted. Hero knows. Throwing down some cannons. Max likewise, he spots the Observer. Still pushing forward. Now, because of the heavy Immortal count, Hero, I do favor him in a Stalker versus Stalker fight. But it's not about Stalkers, not anymore. +2 is on the way, and Charge is just not finishing for Max. Some Zealots are coming in to reinforce, and Zealots, they do so well just tanking both Stalker and Immortal shots. Archons are morphing in. Max does have the, I would say, higher quality army. Hero, instead, he invested not into Charge, but into these DTs. He's still looking for damage. Ooh, Stasis goes off. And Max, he commits. Yeah, Charge does a collapse on the army. The Immortals are exposed. One of them goes down. The Force Fields will keep him at bay. And Max, he gets 11 probe kills. Zealots, they bust into the mineral line. 12 probes going down. Max now up in workers. The DTs, they did nothing so far. They at least all survived. True. All did survive, but here he needs to gain some value with them. Spots the main army. Pulls away. Here he might just have to morph them into Archons at this point. They may be more valuable as that against Charge Lots, but now pulls away, still being active. See, Max taking it seriously. He's throwing down additional cannons. It's got 3 cannons here. Sorry, 2 cannons at the 4th. Max does have the supply lead. Hero does warp in extra DTs with that pylon. Max actually pushes in. He breaks through the force fields, gets on top of the Immortals. They are exposed. 1, 2 of them go down, and Max actually has control of the 3rd. He has control of the high ground. DTs to get nothing done across the map. Plenty of cannons. And Hero, he just cannot keep up. He's zoned away from his own 3rd. He's forced down onto the low ground. 19 probe kills. And Hero just can't keep up. Like, the economy just is not there. Not anymore. As Max, he blinks on forward as well. I mean, the soul control here from Hero has been on point. The blink control, I should say, trading very efficiently. But there's only so much he can do with a hindered economy. As Max is reinforcing. Remember, there was no War Prism, or War Prism was just a little bit too far behind. So reinforcements are delayed. The slow Warpins, the slow Zealots, I should say. Let's go. The slow lots are here. They're helping the tank. But again, Max is here to overwhelm. He has his own charge lots with charge. Gets himself the Nexus. Base is going to go down. Here he just cannot keep up. Again, it's impressive what Hero's been able to do with so little. But he's still leading out Stalkers, and that's all that matters. All that matters is that Max, he's trading. He's trading with the army. Comes in with an Immortal. Pushing forward. Breaks through the Zealots, and with the help of the Immortal, he can now just chew through those Stalkers as well. Still needs more Zealots, though. Like here, he's barely holding on. Barely. Bring the Prism forward. There we go. War Prism does on siege. GG gets called. There's just too much to handle, and Max will take the series 2-0. Will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. I was hoping for an ace match, but I feel like Max was quite comfortable with how this series played out. Usually, whenever we do see a hero defeat Max, it's usually with all-ins, with more aggressive play. But this series, we saw something very different. Remember, game 1 was Phoenix Wars, which, I mean, Max is pretty well versed in, especially on maps like Site Delta. Likewise, in game 2, Hero was the defender. He chose to be. Remember, Hero, he chose to go for a Robo before third, which means he was focusing on Immortal production, which is a more defensive unit, especially early on. So he was, yeah, just kind of relinquishing map control, and he was just allowing Max to dictate the pace of the game. Because of that, again, Max he was in control, he had map control, he was being the aggressor, was keeping Hero pinned back at home. He was playing very safely as well by getting all those cannons. The investment into the DTs did delay charge for Hero, and the DTs weren't worth it, right? It wasn't just Dark Templar, it was Blink DTs. Remember, Hero, he did invest into the upgrade as well, and they didn't get anything across the map, right? These are things that did kind of hinder him in a mirror matchup. It means everything, right? Like, again, this delayed the tech of Hero, delayed his upgrades, delayed charge, delayed +2, and even +1. So Hero, he was in some way taking chances, and in others not taking enough. And with that, congratulations, Max does take the series, does advance on to the grand finals, and the question becomes, who will face off against him in those finals? We have our next match getting ready here. It's going to be the upper semifinals between Björn and Trap. Here we go. Now, we haven't been able to follow or really catch much of any of these matches that have been occurring in the upper half of the bracket. But Trap did cause a massive upset. Trap, he took down Clem 2-0. And mate, if you can take down Clem 2-0, you can take down literally any Terran player in the world. Whether it be Björn, Maru, Kior, any other big Terran player is within your reach. So Trap, he's doing well. Doing very well for himself. Trap, of course, he did relatively recently come back from the military. I say relatively, like, what, 4 or 5 months? It's been a good amount of months at this point. Like at half a year at most. I want to say, like, yeah, 3 to 4 months. But Trap, he has been improving. He has been getting better and better and better, getting better results over time, and yeah, it's just been really cool to see the rate of improvement of Trap. Not just Trap, but Rogue as well. It was Trap and Rogue that came back at around the same time, and they've both been getting some big wins, specifically over Clem. Remember, Rogue, it was in that big event not too long ago, where he was in Bulgaria. No, sorry, not in Bulgaria. It was after that. It was Big Lilu. That's it. Big Lilu Cup, where Rogue was able to flex, you know, that mass changeling, mass overseer style against Clem. So it's been really cool to see, again, Rogue and Trap doing better and better and improving so much. And the question becomes, was this, you know, just a good day for Trap, or can he make this a more consistent result, right? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for consistency. We've seen players like Björn and Shin and Hero and Solar, like they've all beaten Clem and Max in recent weeks, but it's like a one-off thing usually. You know, it's like they pop off on that one day, they have these builds are on fire, maybe an off day for a player like Clem or Max, and they cause this big upset. But again, we're looking to see if Trap can keep that going, and we'll see if he can as he's up against Björn. We shall see. Meanwhile, Vitas are done. We have our lobby, and game 1 is on Ghost River. Oh boy. Here we go. As the predictions are now open, place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. And again, it happened off stream, but Trap did pop off, did take down Clem 2-0 in the quarterfinals. A massive upset already. Can he replicate that success here against Bjorn? Now, Bjorn is a very different kind of player. Bear that in mind. Stylistically, they are quite different. Bjorn is very aggressive, very active, very bio-heavy in this matchup as well. And we'll see if Trap can keep up with the speed of Bjorn. Oh, speaking of, hello, Mr. SCV. As Bjorn is moving out across the map, we can see Trap is scouting for a proxy at the third location. Meanwhile, Bjorn is sneaking into the natural, I imagine going for the eBay block. Oh! eBay gets thrown down. There is a probe to scout though, so Trap, he will be able to react a little bit faster. There we go, does pull the boys. Boys are being pulled, and Trap will expand here, will deal with the eBay, but is still going to be slightly delayed. Now, this could have been worse. If the probe wasn't on the low ground, then this eBay could have almost finished, and it would have taken so long to actually take the expansion. Trap may have even chosen to expand at the third location instead, just be forced into it because of just how much progression there would be on the eBay. But he scouts ahead of time, does shut it down, and Trap can now expand. Trap can now take that natural base. Meanwhile, I just realized how fast today's tournament's been. It's only been 2 hours. Oh my god. It has only been 2 hours. And we're already almost at the finals. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of macro today. I mean, we saw some mid and late game between Hero and Shin. True, Hero and Shin did go the distance, but even then it was still a 2-0. And outside of that, all these other series have been a little bit faster. We have seen more all-ins and more aggression, and yeah, we have yet to probably embrace a back and forth long series. This could be it though. This could be it. Meanwhile, Robo Opener. Okay, we have a take of choice. Not a Stargate, not a Twilight Council. It is going to be a Robo from Trap. With this, is going to be working towards a very safe start here. Can lead into early Immortal production, early Colossus, and an early War Prism as well. So it's really safe play here from Trap. Reaper Scout is denied, and Beyond behind this going for a 1-1-1. Did go for the later CC on the high ground, just being safe. But is settling into his 1-1-1. Trap, he tries to scout. He does confirm that the orbital is still morphing in, that there should already be a starport on the way. I mean, he spots the factory. There's that starport. Marines are amassing, and Bjorn will soon move out. He's moving out with a Marine Widowmine drop. This has a lot of potential. Maru is very fond of this. Bjorn as well. The goal here, if he were to move out with all the Marines and the Widowmine as well, the goal would be to get economic damage and to kill probes. Widowmine is spotted. Oh! Oh my god, the drag! Very nice setup. Bjorn takes down the Adept. And we'll see how much he moves out with. Okay. So Bjorn, he's keeping the Marines back at home. Keeps them back at home, only moving out with the double the double Widowmine drop, just to harass and just to scout. Bearing in mind, I believe Bjorn hasn't seen anything yet. He has seen nothing. He has no idea whether it's Blink, Phoenixes, or a Robo. And he still won't. Yeah, the scout is denied for the time being. Bjorn rotates around. Desperately needs to get into the main. Needs to figure out what's going on. We have the answer. We do have the safety Immortal, but it is going to be a fast Twilight Council, not a Bay. So Trap is not rushing into Colossus. He is working towards, I would imagine, Blink. Let's see if he does embrace charge. Meanwhile, Bjorn back at home, setting up his 3-1-1. Getting into his bio tank. Raven into the natural is going to be denied. So far, Trap is keeping up. Denies the Raven. Bjorn sees. Very nice catch. Does spot that observer. Let's bring it down. Templar Archives behind this. Trap working towards not Blink, working towards Charge Slot Archon instead. Something much more aggressive. But Bjorn is going to be the first to move out. How much does he have? He's got 2 tanks. He has the Raven. He has 16 Marines. Stim is not yet done, but it's not about Stim. It's about the tanks. And beyond, his goal here is to break down the third. Now, Trappy does have the high ground, does have a choke point. He can force field the ramp. Oh my god. The Immortal has to be so careful. Oh, the mule! No, he misses! He does miss with the mule. Ay, ay, ay. Beyond trying to be cheeky. Calm down. Doesn't quite get it. A waste of a mule. Charge is not done. The mine shots. Ooh, mine shots are brutal. Does force a bit of friendly fire. Immortals are coming from behind. They do get the tank. The Immortal lives. How? Not for long. Not for much longer. The shields. Oh my god. He's crazy. The Immortal lives. It shouldn't have, but it does. Oh my god. The shields just in time. Trap holds. Trap, he saves the third. And now charge is done. Now it's time for Trap to go for the counter attack. And Bjorn, he's in trouble. Bjorn, again, that timing, that move, that had to, again, either break the army or break the third. It did neither. And now Bjorn, he has no tanks. His tank count was reset. Stim is finishing. He has a good amount of bio, but can Bjorn save this third? He's getting it on location. Bold move here by Bjorn. Trap backs up. Okay, he's playing it safe. He backs up for now. Raven harass here into the natural. Will delay some mining time. Bjorn is still being active. Okay, Bjorn is still in this. He's still in this. But there's a lot of pressure on Bjorn because Trap is working towards Storm. And by the time it finishes, Trap is going to want to move out. Then he drops on the right-hand side. Double drop rotating towards the third. Bjorn trying to pull his opponent apart. He does get a High Templar. Nice pick up. High Templar goes down. 1 Stalker. 2nd Stalker. 3rd Stalker as well. Yeah, these are brutal traits for Trap. As Bjorn gets into the mineral line. Meanwhile, the Prism. Oh my god, Prism goes down. Those 2 High Templar. Oh my god. Massive pick off. 2 High Templar go down. The War Prism. And 2 Storms get denied as well. Ay, ay, ay. Bjorn, he's pulling Trap apart. Insane trades. Oh, speaking of insane trades. Never mind. We have a back and forth. But more importantly, we should have had 3 Storms here at least. Now there is 0. 0 Storms for Trap. He could have ended the game with his push, but now I'm less confident. I'm sure Trap is as well. Okay, he's soon going to have 1 Storm. High Templar coming in. They still need more time. They still need more time. And without that War Prism, he can't reinforce either. Cannot reinforce. Trap going for the third. Risky maneuver. We'll see if he can. There's the first Storm. There's 1 left. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Archon is revealed. And Trap so far is trading well. He denies the third. Doesn't overextend, playing it so carefully. Oh, takes down the Widowmine. Massive EMPs. Yeah, the EMPs do connect. No more Storms. And it looks like Trap is overextended. Bjorn collapses on the army. Stims on in, takes down the Archons. The Immortals takes down everything. Trap was playing with fire. And again, he had to. But he will lose the entire army. Does get 19 SCVs. But at what cost? At the cost of, I'm afraid to look, at the cost of 2 Immortals, an Archon, 3 High Templar, a War Prism. Oh. It may have been too much. As Bjorn is now moving out, he's getting ready for his counterattack. The army is overstimmed, but is there a Storm available? That's the question. They're in the Prism. Storms are in the War Prism. Mines are going up. Yeah, Bjorn stims in. There's the, oh my god, a brutal Storm. And there's more. Yeah, 2 more Storms. Trap, he holds. It was not an easy hold here, but Trap, he holds on. He saves his mineral line. He's got his 4th base up and running as well. No extra gases. He's relying on Zealot reinforcements instead. But Trap holds. It's been a very scrappy game. Very scrappy. But Trap, he's holding on for dear life. Going for some Zealot harass. Bjorn force back. And even though this drop shouldn't get much damage, though, oh, I say that, he goes for a massive warp in. The Prism survives. Doesn't get the Ghost. Prism is going to go down, but does get an extra warp in. We'll get some SCVs. And what's important here is that we're killing 11 workers, sorry, but we're also keeping the army pinned back. The army, it all races back home. This is buying time for Trap, not just to reinforce with extra warp ins, but to buy time for High Templar, for energy, for Storm, right? More energy, more Storm is banking up for Trap. Buying precious seconds here. As Björn now breaks free, here comes the first Storm. But Björn, he does force it out here. Better trade for Björn. Kills the High Templar. And Björn, he's got so many ghosts. Has plenty of ghosts left over. EMPs, they connect with the Archon. Archons go down to the Widow Mines. Oh my god. There's another Storm remaining. But there's not much behind this. There's the Storm. It really zones more than anything. Yeah, he has the guy back. He doesn't have an EMP available. Zealots, they come in from behind. They try to get us around. Not enough Zealots, though. Not enough Zealots. Yanni's pushing forward. More High Templar morphing in. More Archons. Again, this could still go either way. It's still a very close moment here for both players. Yanni scans ahead of time. He does have an EMP. Oh, does EMP the High Templar. Denies the Storm. Any High Templar left? No. 0 High Templar, 0 Storms. Vikings land. Now Trap, he's holding onto the overcharge. Remember, this is on the current patch. Does have an overcharge ready. Trap is crazy, going for a Zealot counterattack. Forces Björn back home. And again, Trap, he buys a bit of breathing room. He can breathe easy, or at least a little bit more easy. Has map control. There's recall in the Prism. Colossus production has begun. Now, I'm on the fence when it comes to Colossus because I believe the Viking count is still solid. Yeah, 6 Vikings. Still 6 Vikings for Björn. And Trap, he does have some Stalkers, does have Blink. Okay, he has some anti-air to support. Getting a 5th base. Björn getting his 4th. Main army moves out. Björn rotates between the bases, looking for a way in. Goes for the stim. Gets a shield battery, gets one. Nice EMP here on the Zealots. Do we have a Storm? Decent concave. Colossus from behind. The Colossus, they come in. Vikings out of position. One Colossus goes down. There's one left. The overcharge putting in a lot of work, and Trap, he holds. Once again, he barely holds on. The surrounding Colossus. Let's go. Trappy survives. Moving out with his Prism. Now, what's scary though, and the reason why like each of these fights are so close, they're so on a knife's edge, is because after every fight, Trap, he's losing high-tech units. He lost a Colossus, he lost most of his Immortals, lost all of his Archons, lost all of his High Templar. Like, after these fights, Trap doesn't actually have that much left to work with. Which is what is making it close and keeping it close. But Trap, I believe he has 2 High Templar. Yeah, 2 High Templar in the Prism. So he has some Storms available. Now working towards Disruptor production. Taking extra gases. Taking more gases as well. And it looks like Björn finally has to calm things down. Finally calms down a little bit here. Getting a second starport, 3-3. Investing into a greater Viking army to deal with the Colossus. Oh. How many Vikings does he have? 7. Soon to be 9. Jesus, 9 Vikings. That's a lot of Vikings. And they want the Colossus. Did you want the Colossus? So far, we're just posturing with each other. Trap ideally wants to pick up some of these Vikings, but he doesn't get them. He does soften them up. But the Vikings do survive. Ooh, flanking Storm! Decent Storm. Another mainly on Marauder. And the army collapses in. Bold blink here out of Trap. The Colossus are going down. The Vikings, they go hand. They take down the Colossus. They take down the Prism as well. Massive pickoffs. The Vikings, they get the job done. They're going to be cleaned up. Now, that will trigger Trap to go back into Colossus production. As there are no more Vikings. Oh, never mind. There's still plenty. Still 4 Vikings. Jesus. But now Disruptors have hit the field. There is no Prism, which means these High Templar are vulnerable to storms. Stellar Armor trying to catch reinforcements. The main army is spotted. Trap going for a counterattack. He's going for the 5th. And Trap, can he force a cancel? There he goes off. Gets a Marauder. Up! Forces back the army. Nice splits out of Bjorn. Gets a Disruptor. Yeah, EMP's High Templar as well. Second Disruptor goes down. An Immortal rallies into the army. And Trap, he has to get out of here. This is not the play. He gets caught out. Takes down 20 SCVs, but once again, at what cost? He bleeds out a lot of High Templar, Disruptors, Immortals as well. Oof. And Trap, he's racing back home. He's in trouble. Bjorn has supply lead. Nice Storm, though, on the ramp. Bjorn, he takes a Storm to the face. One Storm is not enough. It was a good start. Center base is cancelled. No, miss rally! Oh my, no, 2 miss rallies. 2 Colossus go, 2 Colossus, they go down for free. Not like this, we can't make those mistakes, not in this kind of game state. Storms are coming in, the Storms are good. But imagine if we had 2 more Colossus behind this. I mean, Trap could be winning this fight. As he chases back, Bjorn is heavily overstimmed. And again, imagine 2 Colossus here. As Trap takes the fight, Bjorn forced back. Vikings, they come in, they land, of course, to reinforce. Massive EMPs on the Immortals. Oh, Trap has to back off. Leading out another Immortal. Another Immortal goes down. Oof. And it looks like Bjorn, he has enough to clean up this army. Yeah, finally, takes down all the Immortals. We have reinforcements coming in from behind. This time with support, the Colossus, they're not on their own. And nice kiting with the Colossus. The Prism is here to juggle as well. The micro, the juggling. Trap, he's doing it. He's forcing Bjorn back. Oh, it's still so close. Bjorn has so many medevacs, but how much does he have on the ground? Mainly Ghost. Boys are being pulled. 3rd Colossus has arrived. This time, no Vikings. And it looks like Trap, he has finally done it. He's broken the back of Bjorn. It feels like we've been fighting on a knife's edge for almost the entire game. It's been so tense, so close. But Bjorn, his 5th base has been broken. That's a kill on the expansion. And this was not just your ordinary 5th. It was the main. The main base floated over to expand. It goes down. Bjorn down to 3 CCs, sorry, 2 CCs even, and 1 planetary. Trap pushing forward. Ooh. Snipes going up. EMP on the Colossus. And Trap, he doesn't really like his chances pushing into this. I don't blame him. Trap, he has momentum, but he doesn't want to throw it away. Backs off, more reinforcements. Let's maintain this position. Bjorn getting into Viking production. More Vikings on the way. That's what the Stalkers are for, to try to zone them back. Taking another expansion. I mean, despite the supply lead, Trap, he's still 1 bad fight away from losing everything. Like, a couple of good EMPs is all that Bjorn would need. And, of course, better positioning. But Bjorn, what does he lift? His natural. He lifts his natural. There's nothing here. He's going for the 5th. See if he can get it up and running. If he can maintain himself. Oh, I just realized, no extended thermal lance? No shot. I didn't even realize. He's crazy. This entire time. No Colossus range. Trap has been playing on hard mode. Oh my god. I mean, that also shows just how intense this game has been. Like, there's been very little time to breathe. There's just been almost non-stop action in game one. It's been so crazy. Yeah, who needs range? Who needs it? As Trappy does push in, the Vikings go hand. They get one Colossus. They go for the other. But the Zealots take dive on the main army. Ooh, massive storm. No other storms left, though. But the Grand Army, it looks like it's going to be enough. The charge of the Archons, the Immortals. GG gets called, and Trap will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Very, very intense game 1. Very back and forth as well. There were moments for Björn, moments for Trap. There were some key moments where Trap, you know, he bled out those Colossus, for example, had them in the center of the map. We had some brutal EMPs, prisms going down. But likewise, Björn was taking a lot of storms to the face. Disruptors never really came into play, but I will say they zoned more than anything. But Trap, he was able to at least deny the 5th. That was his kind of win condition there. And if you notice, but Björn, Trap, he denied the 5th base initially, and he was able to kill it at one point, and yeah, just made sure that Björn starved out over time, could not maintain himself, ran out of money, ran out of resources. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Trap takes a lead, and we'll see if we can have a PvP finals. Trap 1 game away from facing off against MaxPax in the finals. Otherwise, Björn, the pressure is on to fight back here and now to force an ace match. Here we go. Can he force that ace match? As we have our lobby, game 2 is going to be on site Delta. Oh boy. Reloading to site Delta as that second game. And this is going to be, of course, a much larger map. Much larger map. I mean, the map as well also led into how aggressive both players were being because of how small and how congested Ghost River is. It can force these fights earlier on. Here on side Delta, much larger map instead. And we have seen time and time again, Björn actually go for more greedy builds. We've seen Björn go for 3cc, even 3cc 3 racks as well, quite often on this map. We'll see if he also cuts corners and goes for a greedy build again. Or for something more aggressive instead. We shall see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Björn. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Go. Ooh, oh my god. Now, winding it back a little bit, as a reminder, last game Trap did open up Robo, but I do think that also has to do with the map itself. Again, Robo openers make sense on Ghost River to get into early Immortals, early Colossus. Here on a larger map like Side Delta, I would expect something different. I would expect either a Twilight Council or a Stargate, but we'll see. We'll see. It could also be a stylistic thing. It's possible that maybe Trap just feels safe just playing Robo, period. There are definitely some players like that, so we'll keep our eye on Trap as he does scout and check for a proxy. Does check for a proxy at the 3rd before moving out across the map for his scout. Meanwhile, Björn back at home going for an economic opener. This is 1 gas, guys, just so it's going to be a Rax into Expand. So economic build here by Björn, as opposed to the more aggressive build that Björn went for in game 1, which was double gas. Double gas into a mine drop. Here, single gas into an expansion. The probe does confirm that only 1 gas was taken, and now it's going to be on Trap to try to force maybe an off-center expansion or just a delay. And we can see the CC is on the high ground, so this will delay the expansion. The base is going to be built, but now it has to lift. It has to lift, it has to float over, has to land. It will be delayed by a couple of seconds. So nice start by Trap. Behind this, Björn going for his factory follow-up. This tells us it's not going to be a 3 racks, and it's not going to be 3cc 3 racks either. So it is an economic start into a standard follow-up. Not too greedy. Hello, Trap. as he does keep that probe out on the map. Will be hidden from the Reaper, ideally. As Beyond did skip the Reaper, did go Marine first. Marine into Reactor. And I'm curious if Trap does plan on making use of this probe. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener, so this should be Blink. But if Trap throws down a Pylon, it could be a Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine builds are uncommon. They're not completely rare, but they are uncommon, so we keep an eye on that probe. It looks like Trap is just coming in for a follow-up scout. It should not be DTs. Not BTTs. Also, hello, late Chrononauts and Cyberjohn as well. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Yeah, yeah. Oh my god. If you missed out on it, I do recommend watching Game 1. Game 1 of this series was crazy. it was wild, man. It was wild. But how many gateways do we have? Again, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener, Blink, and how many gates? We have 1 gate in the main and 2 gateways here at the natural. 3-gate Blink, very safe, very middle of the road here for a Trap. Does give you map control, but it also leads into an expansion. So Trap should be expanding, taking a third behind this, and he should be looking for map control more than anything. Uncommon, rare, epic, legendary. Oh no. Has someone been playing Hearthstone? Not like this. As the Widow drop moves out, but alas, Trap is in position. Trappy does spot it, is in position, keeping up with the drop. We can see Beyond getting to his 1-1-1, going for the Tech Lab on the starport, actually, going for Tank Banshee. Tank Banshee makes sense. Again, this has been quite trendy over the past couple of months. I mean, over the past, like, almost half a year at this point. And Beyond commits. Oh my god! The medevac! No, the full medevac goes down! Beyond! Calm down. Trappy pops off. He shuts down the full medevac, takes his third base. The Trap has map control. Blink is about to finish, and Trappy can move out. He can soon move out across the map. Meanwhile, Beyond back at home. He's still committing to aggression here. Again, early tank production, early Banshee production. Beyond, he still has potential to bounce back, but that was a rough start. That was a rough start for Beyond. As the Banshee does skirt around the edge of the map towards the left-hand side. Checking the vision here of Trap. He didn't see much here. He saw the Tech Lab, but he is unaware if there was an add-on swap or not. The Observer, or I should say the Hallucination, will confirm. It does confirm, does get eyes on the Tech Lab, saw the researching Tech Lab as well, just barely. He knows. He should be aware. There we go, Observers in production. Stalkers are ready. Blink is done, and here comes the Banshee into the natural. Now, the Observer is not quite in position. There was an Observer in the main, but not here at the natural. It's going to be 2-3 probe kills so far. Banshee takes, a lot of hits. The Banshee goes down. Oh, that was not worth it. That was not worth it. 1 Cloak Banshee for 3 probes. Ay. Now, thankfully, Beyond isn't done. There is a second Banshee, but Trap, he's already ready. He's got 3 Stalkers and an Observer in the main. Trap, remember, he scattered earlier. He is ready for this. He spots the Banshee. Or does he? Oh. As the Banshee does head towards... There we go. Does head towards the natural. Takes some extra hits. And I think the Banshee will survive. Will get away. Alas, it was a late reaction from Trap, so he doesn't get the kill. But it's almost dead at this point. Trap, he just has to keep 1 Stalker in position. And the Banshee is trapped. Meanwhile, an Observer did go down. Trap has map control, saturating his third, and Beyond will soon break out. He's not going all in, does have a third base on the way behind this, but there is a little pressure on Beyond. As we do see a Trap diving in, going for the mineral lines, workers are going to be going down. And from here can dive further into the main. At least try to. Oh, the medevacs. Doesn't quite get them. This is a costly move out of Trap. This I'm not so fond of, to be honest. Gets a Marauder. Drags Yummy back home. But GG gets called regardless, as we do hit the natural at the same time. And Trap, he will take the series. Everything just going wrong for Beyond here in Game 2. And Trap will advance on to the Grand Finals. GG. Not the end of the series that I wanted. I would have loved to have seen an ace match, and even in this game, it was brutal, right? Bjorn, he lost his Banshees, he lost his first drop as well. He was being pulled apart even here in the follow-up by the harassment, by the aggression. Bjorn was behind. He was behind, and he does tap out. And it's a shame because game 1 was so good. Game 1 was beautiful. The game of the tournament so far was game 1 between Bjorn and Trap. But here in game 2, Bjorn, he runs out of steam, and with that, we now have our 2 finalists. We're going to be heading to the grand finals, and who's it going to be? Trap and MaxPax. A PvP here between Trap and MaxPax. Now, MaxPax, he does have the best PvP in the world. 100%. His PvP is renowned. It is terrifying, and give him another opponent, and I'd give them a chance. Like, we have seen players like, obviously Clem, but players like Shin, Solar, Bjorn. They have caused upsets in the past or during the off-season of EPT. They have brought MaxPax down. In a PvP, though, that's going to be a tough one. It is going to be a tough one here. Best of luck to Trap, as we are all filing over to the European server, and we're getting ready for that best of 5. Here we go. Getting ready here for that best of 5. Oh, give Trap your energy, Pat. Give him your energy. Nah. Well, Star Series versus Trap, but that was on the PTR. Oh, was that on, hold on, let's look that up. Was that during the KSRC? Question mark? Let's see. Let us see. I do vaguely remember seeing that result. Do vaguely remember. Matches. Is it on Wikipedia? Oh right, that was in the WardiTV PTR tournament. True. We did go over. We did go over that result. I remember that even though I didn't watch the games, it was in that PTR tournament where, if I remember correctly, MaxPax underperformed really hard. If I remember, he didn't make it out of the group stage, right? We were going over it, and we were a little bit shocked at the results in the group stage. But I think MaxPax came 3rd. No, sorry, 4th. He came 4th in his group. So I do remember that. I don't know what I can say about that though, because I didn't watch the games. If you tuned in, maybe you can let us know. So I don't know how much the patch, the map pool and the patch did affect MaxPax's performance there. But what I can say though for certain is that PvP on the PTR is the same. PvP has not changed, like, at all. So, like, you can be like, oh, it's the new patch, does it count? I mean, it's like, PvP is the same. The map pool, of course, is a factor. 100%. The map pool is going to be a factor, which is also why I'm curious, like, what happened in that Trap versus MaxPax series. If you know, maybe you can enlighten us a little bit. Did Trap make use of the map pool? Did he abuse it in some way and go for these all-ins that, of course, you need time to try to figure out the best SimCity and the best defense on some of these maps? Or was it more straight up? I mean, maybe we're about to find out with this rematch. Maybe. Mythic, is that rare than legendary? That was from Magic the Gathering. True. I think there are mythic cards in Magic. God. Haven't played Magic in so long. I still have so many Magic cards, by the way. I've got like a drawer. I've got like a drawer full of Magic cards from back in the day. I used to play back in like 2014. I was really into it, like 2014, 2015. A long time ago. Back before COVID, when going for when we could go outside. Here we go. How do you hold 1 gate expand without overcharge? Yeah, I haven't. I don't think I've watched MaxPax in the new patch. Failed last Monday. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know if the overcharge is necessary for MaxPax to go for his opener. I'll be honest, I don't know if it's necessary. But that's because I don't think I've actually watched MaxPax on the PTR. Like, we've casted a lot of PTR tournaments on the CranKy Ducklings on this channel, but MaxPax doesn't play in a lot of them, actually. Because it's been a while since he stayed up for the Pigosaur Cup. This tournament isn't on the PTR. MaxPax doesn't play in TTT, doesn't play in STC. Yeah, he doesn't play in them. The one thing he does play in is in the KSRC, right? But we don't cast that. So no idea. Regardless, here we go with diving into the grand finals and spawning in the top left-hand corner. In the top left, we have as I do fix this up. In the top left, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamma going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Will it be our European Protoss or our Korean Protoss player? Which one is it going to be? Again, MaxPax, I still stand by it. He has the best PvP in the world. So it is going to be an uphill battle for Trap. We did just hear that Trap did defeat MaxPax in a PTR tournament last week. That did occur. But different maps, different map pool, different patch as well. Also, I did misspeak in a way, because you're not wrong. When it comes to PvP, it has mostly been unchanged and untouched. But with the removal of the overcharge on the PTR, that may make it more difficult for MaxPax to get into his own opener, like he usually does. But he is unaffected here, of course. Is unaffected. Now, we are leading into Amphion. What does that mean, gate expand? It means gate expand from our two players. Right now, the pressure is on both MaxPax and Trap to delay the expansion with these pylon blocks and try to force out... Oh, never mind. I was going to say try to force out a Zealot, try to force out a Stargate. Alas, MaxPax, he does get his Nexus. The probe was out of position, and MaxPax can now get into his own economic start. The pressure is going to be on Trap to punish this. There's the pylon. Pylon gets placed, and Trap, he's going to wait for the pylon to finish and then throw down shield batteries. Shield batteries are going to be required. Zelda's on the way. The pressure is on Trap. He's moving out across the map. He's sending it. There's a Stargate. Stargate opener here out of Trap. Adept is on the way. And Trap, he's going for it. Is going to be rallying. There's that Stargate for MaxPax. Going to be entering Phoenix Wars. Shield batteries are on the way. That's 3 shield batteries for Trap. And 1 shield battery for MaxPax. And can he deny them? He's trying. So far, good SimCity though, for MaxPax. As Zealot has to try to work its way through. There we go, there is a way in. Shield battery coming into play. Adept soon to arrive. And with all these shield batteries, I mean, Trap, he can maintain himself. That's 3 shield batteries, oh my god. First things first, he gets a shield battery of MaxPax, does not get down. Now he can trade with the army. Can and he will trade. Ooh, gets an Adept. There's 1 Adept left. Phoenix is in production. Trap going Oracle first. Bold move. Going for the Oracle. Does want that Adept. He's able to trade. There is a shield battery in the main. Second Adept has arrived. In a way, Trap, he does have control of the low ground. Making sure there is no economy, there is no mining. Oh, my apologies. I did miss that shield battery here for MaxPax, so he did have a second shield battery. Has to be targeted down. Will fall, but it looks like MaxPax, yeah, he's holding. Okay, he bought enough time, he's holding on. Built up his Phoenixes. The Oracle does skirt around the edge. Again, this was a very risky maneuver by Trap. You're going for the Oracle. Adept gets into the main. Oracle dives in as well, but there are Phoenixes. Yeah, the Oracle isn't going to do anything. Ay, ay, ay. And MaxPax holds. He holds. He cleans this up. Adept keeps shading in, but isn't really getting any damage. Again, the 1 shield battery is more than enough. And now MaxPax just came to the production. He just came to the production. They're going to be trading 1 for 1. Ooh, actually, miscontrol here to Max. He bleeds out 1 Phoenix. Another 2 Phoenixes go down. At the same time, though, Trap, his Phoenixes are so low. They're so battered, so bruised. Max, he cleans them up. And he will still take the fight. And still takes the fight in the end. Max pulls away. There's still the Oracle threatening the natural. Does find a way in. Gets some probes, not bad. Gets 3. Gets 4. Oh, the shield battery, let's go. The shield batteries that keep the Oracle alive a little bit further. And can he get another? He can. 6 probes. 7. Very Trap. Oh my god. Very nicely done here. Really creative as well, making use of the shield batteries that are still here. That are still there for Trap. Able to weather the storm, able to just, you know, keep that Oracle going a little bit further, a little bit longer. When it comes to the Phoenix count, Trap does have a 2 Phoenix lead. As a reminder, Trap, he does have the, he did have the faster second Stargate. And he has the shield batteries as well. Wow. Trap? I mean, he's forcing Max back. He's zoning him away. And again, he can fight with the support of his shield batteries. Oh my god. And he's keeping the production. Overcharge gets popped. Trap has to respect it. Does have to respect the overcharge. Max is supply blocked. Something you don't see too often. Yeah, brutal supply block. Pylons are on the way. And Trappy's still got a 1 Phoenix lead. Does push forward. Trades 1 for 1. But his energy, the shield batteries have run out of energy. They have run out. Still trying to make use of those shield batteries. Trap pulls away, getting a 3rd. Meanwhile, Max going for the fleet beacon, working towards Phoenix range. I'm a little bit surprised that Trap has yet to invest. Yeah, there's still no fleet beacon for Trap, which is a little bit concerning. As finally that shield battery is going to fall. It's going to go down, and now Max actually has secured himself. He has secured himself, again, much faster range. We do see Fleet Beacon on the way for Trap, but it is quite late here in comparison. There is going to be a window where Max has range over his opponent. That does mean that Max should get the first shot off. The first volley should be in favor of Max. And that means that he can most likely kill a Phoenix immediately at the start of the fight. Before they do commit in. Likewise, he also has some kiting potential with it as well. But we'll see if he makes use of that window. Because back across the map, Trap, he has now begun Phoenix range. So that window with that upgrade advantage is slowly going to be closing. Here we go. Max he moves out. He has his upgrade. Is 13 to 14. Max is down 1 Phoenix, but as we just mentioned, with that Phoenix range upgrade, he can make use of that. Pushing forward. Going for the production. Ooh. Trading 1 for 1. 2 for 1. Better trade for Trap. Shield battery did come into play. Did help. Yeah, and Max, he can't take this fight. He gets punished for it. Oh my god. And Trap, he can overwhelm. He chases out every single Phoenix. GG gets called, and Trap will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Yeah, that was a rough fight for Max. I was not gonna lie, I was a little bit shocked that Max decided to fight without stacking his Phoenixes. He did not stack them. He kind of like stumbled his way into the natural, and he bled out far too quickly. Remember, he lost 2 Phoenixes initially, and very quickly things did snowball out of control from there. GG, well played. Trap will take game 1. But again, it was a really intense game 1 as well. As we did mention, because Max went for the faster Nexus, that did trigger Trap to go for the shield batteries, and they didn't just come into play when it came to supporting the Adepts, but also they came into play supporting the Phoenixes as well. Crazy. Crazy. Was very impressive stuff there by Trap to have layers to his aggression and to have it all kind of pay off in the end. have it all come together. Very well done. GG, well played. With that, Trap does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Ghost River. Now, the dynamic here is going to be quite different. Ghost River is a map where it is not as safe to go for something like a Stargate, or like let's go for something more economic, more greedy. We'll see if Trap goes for an all-in here or not. Hero didn't, and he did struggle here in this kind of game state, but we'll see. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the... I'll do this. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, representing Gen G Esports. Leading the series 1-0, it is Trap. Catching with the chat. I feel like MaxPax in that tournament was doing a lot of experimental builds, testing things in the hatch. Okay. I mean, I'll have to take your word for it. I didn't watch the game, so I cannot confirm or deny when it comes to how MaxPax performed in the PTR event. As we do have a Trap opening up 2 gates and a MaxPax opening up with a gate expand. Or I should say gate, cyber, into a Stargate, into a faster Nexus. And my eyes are on Trap. Now, as a reminder, Hero on this map did not go for a 1-base all-in. Hero went for a fake proxy pylon into his own setup, but Hero, he went for a more tech-heavy style. He went for a later third, and MaxPax gained map control. MaxPax was able to gain map control and just give Hero a very hard time coming into the mid-game. Here, I'm curious how Trap approaches things. There's that pylon. Is it real or is it fake? Now, this would not be a bad location for a proxy Stargate. We've also, because this map is so small, we've also seen proxy Robo in this location as well. So this could be a proxy Robo into a 1-base all-in, could be a Stargate into a longer macro game. Cybercore is done. What do you have for us? What do you got? Oh, okay, it's a fake. Okay, fake proxy pylon. Trap is coming in for the scouts. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Stargate opener for MaxPax, so it's going to be Gate, Cyber, Stargate into Expand. It is the standard build here from MaxPax, working towards his Oracle production into a Void Ray. So it looks like we're going to be entering a longer, more macro game state. Now, just like Hero, Trap is going to be opening up double Stalker. He might go for a 3rd and 4th Stalker as well. Yep, there we go. It's going to be double Stalker into a 3rd and 4th. He's going to be hyper aggressive early on, but he will still expand. So Trap, he should work towards his expansion. Meanwhile, before MaxPax gets his first Void Ray out, Trap could pick up some units. Like the Adept, the Zealot, the Shield Battery. Adept shades across the map, but there are 2 more Stalkers coming in. So Trap is safe and sound back at home. Does poke forward. Gets a couple shots off here on the Zealot. Stalker has arrived. MaxPax is holding. There's that first Oracle on the way. It's going to be zooming across the map to harass. And so far, Trap is looking quite secure. Ooh, as Trap goes for 1-base all-in. Trap, he's going for, my apology, I did not notice the pylon, but MaxPax has the Oracle Scouts confirms, and it is a 1-base all-in out of Trap. I assumed he was going to be expanding, but no, we have a 3rd gateway and a 4th gateway across the map. It is going to be a 1-gate, 4-gate all-in, and MaxPax knows. He knows what's going on. He throws down more shield batteries. Void Race on the way. And one way or another, the game is about to end. Either Trap kills MaxPax or he dies trying. Here we go. Gets extra volleys off. Trying to make use or trying to force NG out of that shield battery. Void Ray has arrived. Meanwhile, Oracle into main. The stasis! No! The stasis goes off. Massive connection. Gets almost the entire mineral line and the Stalkers as well. Ay, ay, ay. And again, this is a 1-base all-in. This 1-base economy matters. Matters so much to Trap. And that will be impacting his Warpins, his reinforcements. This Trap is pushing forward. And this is a rough start for him. Oh, can one-shot a Stalker. Gets one. The recharge gets popped. Gets the second. Picks up all the gateway units, but again, he has to respect the Void Ray, has to respect the prismatic alignment. Trap is poking in. He wants the Void Raise. He's going for it. But there's the overcharge. Without the overcharge, the Void Raise, they are safe and sound. MaxPax even being a little bit cavalier there, chasing down the Stalkers, almost gets one. And now we're soon going to have 3 Void Rays again. The longer this goes on, the worse it is. Meanwhile, the Oracle finally goes down. Oh, but Trap, he has to kill his own pylon. His reinforcements are delayed. Oh, gets a Stalker. Trades 1 for 1. Goes for the Void Ray. There's Prismatic Alignment. Oh, the punish is real. But MaxPax did trigger both Prismatic Alignments. That I'm a little bit concerned by it. Usually MaxPax, he staggers them. And now they're both off cooldown. No, on cooldown. Trap is going for the Nexus. Nexus taking a lot of hits. A couple more volleys and it can go down. Yeah, Trappy threatens the army, takes out both Stalkers, going for the Void Ray, gets 1! And there's 2 left. There's the overcharge. Trappy has to respect it, he has to back off, the boys are being pulled. But it looks like Trap, he may still have enough. Again, the Nexus is so low. And that's all he needs. Once again, going for the Void Rays, and he gets it! 1 Void Ray left! Uno más! 1 remaining, a bit of a misclick there on the shield battery. Uh-oh. He's trying to force his way through, and it looks like Trap, he has done it. Takes out all the Stalkers. There's 2 Voiders remaining. The boys are being pulled. That does make things awkward here. Trap, can he bring them down? He's bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Does get one of the Void Rays. There's 1 left. There's 0 left. And now Trap, he's having his way with his economy. Probes are falling left and right. Nice around here on 2 of the Stalkers. That should not have happened. Bit of miscontrol by Trap. He's out to 4 Stalkers. 4 Stalkers left. He's forced out of the main, but here come the reinforcements, and Trap, he should have enough momentum. Goes to the pylons, gets 1, gets the other. And GG gets called. Trap, he will take a 2-0 lead. Whew. GG, very impressive. Not gonna lie, things are looking bleak, things are looking dire when that stasis trap went off, when his 1 base economy turned into almost a 0 base economy. That was crazy. But Trap was also very careful. I should also say MaxPax was making mistakes. He was making mistakes. As I was mentioning, usually MaxPax, he does stagger his prismatic alignments to make sure that he always has one. That he always has one whenever the Stalkers move in. We saw that MaxPax, he was triggering them all at once, more often than not. So because of that, he was leaving. There were these windows. There were these windows or periods in time where MaxPax was more vulnerable than he really should have been, and we saw that Trap was able to take advantage of that. Likewise, of course, shout out to Trap for his unit control as well. So it was kind of both coming into play with Trap's unit control and also MaxPax maybe panicking a little bit too much at certain times. And with that, Trap is up 2-0. Trap is up 2-0. And does the series end here and now? Is it a 3-0? Does Trap just win it all here and now? Oh boy. Does he just win it all here and now? 1 more game is all he needs. Meanwhile, I'm hoping for an extended series, but the pressure is on MaxPax. The pressure is on, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to have a chance at the ace match. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, representing Gen G Esports. Leading the series 2-0. 1 more game is all he needs to be this week's champion. It is Trap. I mean, Trap, he 2-0'd Clem, he 2-0'd Björn. He's taking down everyone. Does he 3-0 MaxPax as well? Trap, is tonight his night? Oh my god. I saw Gemini's meme earlier during the break. I did see it, did spot it. And what I'm getting at is it Gemini's fault? Like, what? What's happening? What has he done? Oh my god. Give us some insider information. As Trap has been on fire. Ay, ay, ay. But now, 2-gate opener, 2-gate opener out of trap. Meanwhile, MaxPax once again gate expand. Sorry, gate cyber into a Stargate, into an expansion. MaxPax going for his regular builds, and the question becomes, does Trap go for the all-in? Ooh, he goes for a fake hidden pylon. Okay. Once again, you do have my attention. Do have my attention here as Trap does move out without worker, and Curious does mine through some of these gold mineral patches. I'm curious if that comes into play later. Just coming in for a scout. MaxPax moving out on the map. The gold minerals are revealed to MaxPax, and I'm curious if that, yeah, it's gonna force him to scout in this area. That does pull back though. There's a pylon block, and we can settle in. From here, we can just settle into our builds, settle into our games. There's that Nexus for MaxPax, getting for a Stargate. My eyes are still on Trap though, again, so he's not going for the all-in, he's going for a later expansion instead. Nexus is on the way, and for the most part, we're kind of playing into it. We're playing into it. MaxPax, he will get away with his economic start, and it's going to be on Trap to play catch-up. Whether it's outgreed MaxPax and get a faster third, or maybe try to turn this into something more aggressive and try to punish the greed of MaxPax in a bit of a later game state. We shall see. As more Stalkers have arrived, it's going to be the initial 4-Stalker start for Trap. He does have sentries on the way behind this for force fields. Ooh, well, 1 Stalker goes down. Trap, he does overextend. Yeah, big misstep there for Trap. Does get 1 Stalker, but it did cost him 1, so trades 1 for 1. Oracle gets across the map, gets 2 probes already. Gets a third probe. And Trap, he's trying to break down that natural. Here come the sentries. He's ready for the force fields. And he looks the army out. With this Trap, I mean the Void Ray's here. Yeah, the Void Ray has arrived. Trap, he cannot push in. He has to back off. Trap does have to retreat. And this wasn't really worth it for Trap. He was being hyper aggressive. He wasn't quite able to get much done. Oracle gets 4 probes across the map. Ah, yeah, that's 6 in total. 6 probe kills. MaxPax does have a pretty hefty economic lead, and this is the kind of setup that we find ourselves in. If you don't all in MaxPax, then MaxPax just finds himself ahead in the economy, and in a mirror matchup, that is brutal. MaxPax pushing forward. No shield battery back at home. Uh-oh. Shield battery. MaxPax gets 1 Stalker. Oh, he gets punished though. He overextends. MaxPax getting a little bit too adventurous. Bleeds out 2 Stalkers, but the Oracle comes in from behind, gets 3 more probes. Ay, ay, ay. And that was still worth it. Even though MaxPax lost some Stalkers, that was still worth it for the Blue Protoss player. He still maintains an economic lead, getting into additional gateways, into Blink. And yeah, Trap is in a rough place. He's in a rough spot. In a rough spot, but MaxPax maintains his lead, going for a third. Basically, I'm getting some, you know, game 2 Hero versus MaxPax vibes, where Hero was just kind of playing from behind for most of that game. And it may be similar here. I say similar because extra gateways are on the way. So far, it is going to be a 4-gate setup for Trap. MaxPax is getting into his own 4 gateways, though. MaxPax, he can just afford it. He can afford the gateways and the third because of his greater economy. And does Trap throw down 2 more gates and just go for a 2-base all-in? We'll see. He's setting up for a third, potentially. My eyes are on this probe. Yep, there it is. 2 more gates, 2-base all-in. Let's go. He's going to have a 6-gate setup here. Did I say 6 gates? I think he's getting up to 7. Armies are forced to clash. Void Ray goes down. Prism has arrived. And we'll see if Trap can make this work. It's going to be a 6-gate setup. Trap moving out. 2 more probes go down. And the problem here is that production-wise, for the most part, MaxPax is keeping up. He dives in, gets the Prism, and he takes down the army as well. Trap, he did not have his reinforcements. He gets overwhelmed. Trap losing a little momentum already, and he has to wait for that War Prism to be rebuilt. Ay, ay, ay. This all-in is heavily delayed. And the longer this goes on, the better and better it is for MaxPax. Not like this. As the Oracle is still up and running. And I'll be honest, after this game, and it's already heavily in favor of MaxPax, I feel like Trap is not going to allow MaxPax to get into his build, because that's what this game has been. It's been brutal. Just economic lead from the beginning. Diving in, once again the Prism is exposed. Prism goes down, denies the warp in. GG gets called, and MaxPax takes game number 3. Fights back in the series. GG. GG, well played again. Just a really rough start for Trap. He invested heavily early on when it came to his Stalker investment into pushing out across the map. With his sentries as well, it wasn't worth it. Because of that, he had less at home to defend, and the Oracle was popping off. The Oracle killed so many workers. You could make an argument that in this game, the MVP for MaxPax was the Oracle. The Oracle killed so many probes and allowed MaxPax to maintain an economic advantage over his opponent, over Trap. And I mean, that just snowballed into a win. That was insane, just how much of an economic lead MaxPax had. Led into a faster third, into an even production, into a greater army, into what you just saw. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting ready here for game number 4. And again, I feel like after experiencing that last game, I feel like Trap, he understands. He's like, this is why everyone all-ins MaxPax. Because it's just a brutal start. What I will say though is that there are other ways to approach it. I'm always going to remember it was like a couple of seasons ago, or a couple of years ago at this point, Hero out-greeting MaxPax. There are certain openers you can go for and certain game states where you can try to go for that route instead. Especially if you feel confident when it comes to defending against any kind of crazy aggression from MaxPax, or trying to mind game. That's the other way, right? Try to mind game MaxPax, make it look like an all-in when you just expand behind it and get further ahead, or try to take an economic lead yourself. We'll see. We'll see how our players do approach this. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of a Golden Aura, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. He does fight back, but he's still up against the wall. Can he force the ace match? It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Gen G Esports. Still one game away from winning the entire tournament. Can he do it? Can he bring it back here and now? It is Trap. Here we go. As we do have, I would imagine Trap setting up for a 2-gate opener. MaxPax moving out with his probe, scouting across the map, getting a read on what's going on. And Trap has not sent out a worker. There's no probe on the map. Hello. Okay, there we go. Second gateway. Does throw down the second gateway. MaxPax once again, gate into Cybercore, into Stargate, into Nexus. Golden Aura is a very large map, but my eyes are on this probe here for Trap. What's going on? Where are we headed? Is this going to be a real or fake proxy pylon? As the pylon is going to be placed, and it's fake. Okay, so it is going to be a fake proxy pylon. Again, Trap, he's going to try to hope that MaxPax overreacts. And I do like this. I do like this just because after what happened in that last game, I feel like the likelihood of Trap all-inning is higher, right? I feel like it's a greater chance here on Golden Aura. So we'll see how MaxPax responds. MaxPax, he of course scouts. He knows that the pylon is missing. The first Zealot has arrived. And Trap, he is once again in position here to, I was going to say to pylon block, but looks like he won't be able to. Scouts the main. Gets eyes on the Stargate. Pulls back. Nexus is going to be placed. So no pylon block, no delay. And Trap did open up Double Stalker. But this time, Double Stalker into 1 sentry, he skips the 4th unit to expand. So he does skip that 4th unit this time. So a bit of a faster expansion by Trap compared to the last game. Remember, last game it was Double Stalker into Quadruple Stalker. It was very aggressive by Trap. It didn't work out in the end. It was not worth it for Trap whatsoever in that last game. So this time he's trying to keep up economically. And we're headed towards the mid-game. Adept is denied. Oracle's moving out. And because Trap is being less aggressive and less assertive this time, the likelihood of Trap being in position for the Oracle is going to be higher. Not guaranteed, but it should be higher this time. Again, especially after what happened that last game, I feel like Trap, he's learned his lesson. You know, he's understood the assignment. He's like, oh, okay, like I get it now. We're not going to let that happen again. As he already gets a couple of hits off on the Oracle. Gets a bit of hull damage. Triple sentry in position. Will defend that mineral line. And behind this, we're working towards the Twilight Council. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Trap. Likewise, Max Packs as well, as the follow-up. So we're working towards Blink. Max Packs is being active. He does head towards the natural. Second Oracle has arrived. And the defensive prowess here of Trap is going to be put to the test. Can he defend? Can he survive against Double Oracle and the Ground Army? Oracle to the main. So far, Trap is holding on. He's keeping up. He doesn't overextend. He does stay with the mineral line. Stalker Zeld into the natural. Nice control out of Trap. Oh, 1 probe goes down. Oh, 2 probes. 3. Oh, not quite 3, but 2 workers do fall. 3 workers towards the end. So a bit of miscontrol there towards the end by Trap as well. Stalker does escape. And that was a decent start for Max Packs. Bearing in mind, Max Packs, what did he lose? He traded out 1 Zealot for 3 probes. Lost an Adept as well, to be fair. But I mean, the Zealot doesn't really do much in a later game state, so it was a better trade. As Max Packs behind this, he just goes straight into a third. Straight into a third base. Looking to maintain that economy. Trap, it looks like he wants to try to keep up, but there's an Oracle in position, and the third base is going to be delayed. Probe goes down. Trap, instead he throws down an earlier Robo before Nexus. So Max Packs, he was cutting corners. He won't have detection. I mean, he has Oracles, I guess. So, can get away with it. There we go. Trap does take the third. And we are going to be entering the mid-game. We're getting there. Are getting there. I would say that Max Packs has the slight edge. He has had the worker lead, and he has the faster third. So he will maintain a slight edge over Trap, but not the biggest lead. A lead nonetheless. So. From here, working towards Blink. Blink is done for both players. Forge on the way for Max Packs. Faster Forge from the Blue Protoss. Again, the reason why he has the faster Forge is because Trap did invest into the Robo, into Immortal production. So Trap is going to have Immortals. Max Packs will have +1 and map control. So once again, this feels similar to Game 2 between Max Packs and Hero. That's all very similar. Stalkers, they do arrive. Max Packs, he gets the pylon. He can even trade a little bit here. Reinforcements have arrived. Oracle dives in. Trap, he responds. He was ready for this. Ooh, gets a kill on the Oracle. Very nicely done, but the main base is exposed. Ay, ay, ay. Trap gets one Oracle, but not the other. Meanwhile, Adepts, they did get across the map. At the same time, 5 probes went down. Not bad. Trappy gets a bit of counter damage, but finally he's going to be cleaned up. I believe he got those 5 probes here at the third. So a bit of a give and take here. Both players taking some losses. Max Packs still ahead in workers. And again, is going to be ahead in upgrades as well. Now, because Trap opted to invest into Immortals, it does feel like Trap is going to be the defender. It feels like Trap is going to in a way, relinquish map control. Maxpax is going to be free to take a 4th base, to set up his army, and to try to deny the 4th of his opponent. And Trap is just going to be building up back at home into Immortals, Charge Lots, I would imagine Archons as well, before moving out. And we'll see if Maxpax decides to keep up with him, or if he decides to skip some tech and go into Disruptors, for example. You can do so. If you want to skip Archons, you can just go into a Bay, into second Robo, into Disruptor production. There is going to be that option. Trap is still building up. Prism is on the way. Massive gateway explosion! 6 gates are being thrown down. Trap, he's not getting a 4th. Maxpax is. So Maxpax, he invests into... Oh, no, Trap, not too far behind him. Gets a 4th. How many gateways are we getting up to? 3, going to be 8 gates. 8 gates here for Trap. War Prism's on the way. That usually does signify aggression. Does mean that Trap should be moving out. With that Prism. Prism has arrived, and here comes the move out. Trap is pushing. And again, he's got 8 gateways behind this. Maxpax, he's on 6. Also, I say 8, it's actually 9. So a 9 gate setup for Trap. He does push. He's committed. +1 is going to finish up just in time, which means the upgrades are going to be even between both players. Maxpax has been saturating. Trap has not. Not as much. Still around at the same time. Oracle into the main. Main army is going to be clashing. Can Trap break through? The Prism looking a bit exposed. Does hold its own. Zealot is stuck behind. That's a brutal force field. Zealot stuck behind the Immortals. Now pushing in. At the same time, Zealots, they wreak havoc. 16 probes going down. Trap, he's all in. He has to end the game here and now. Does he have detection? Either a DTs to defend. Observers on the way. Trap, he does not have detection. No, the DTs, they could just win the game for Maxpax. He blinks back, and the DTs, they can clean everything else up. Yeah, Trap, he's plummeting here in supply, losing everything. The Invisible Man, it's too good. Takes out the Prism. Trap recalls back home. There's nothing back at home to really greet him. Down to 45 workers. The Observer finally arrives, but it's too late. It is too little too late. DTs into the main. Forcing back Trap. Into the third as well. Again, just making sure there is no economy. I mean, there is none. And now Maxpax can just chill. He can just chill back at home, saturate his bases, warp in more Stalkers, Archon production now, with those Dark Templar, of course. And really, Trap is hoping that Maxpax makes mistakes from here. Maybe Maxpax peels off too many units and he's overly aggressive, or he's caught out of position. That's going to be the best chance for Trap. And Maxpax taking another expansion, getting another base. And, I mean, at least Trap is going to have access to some Archons. True, we'll have some Archons help support. We'll help against the Zealots. Archons now morphing in. Oh, God, but they can just be targeted down. One Archon falls already. And here comes Maxpax. Does have a 30 army supply lead. The Immortals will keep it exposed. Do back off. Warp in into the main. Yeah, massive warp in. Charge lots with a DT. Likewise, Dark Templar into the mineral line. Cannon gets started down. Maxpax, he can even try and snipe that Observer. Oh, he wants it. Observer survives. I mean, Trap, he does defend in the main. True. Does defend. And Again, Trap forces back the army. We still have a massive amount of Blink Stalkers left over here from Max. Max, you can reinforce behind this as well. There we go, 10 Zealots at a time. And Trap, he's just out of units. He's just out of resources, out of units in general. GG gets called at a time, and Max Pax will tie up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Once again, Max Pax was able to get away with his build, able to get away with his opener. He did maintain an economic lead throughout the entirety of the game as well. We saw that Trap was forced into an all-in, but he was going for an all-in anyway. It looked like his fourth base was mainly just for show, and he was committing on 9 gateways. But unfortunately, he had no detection, so the DT defense was brutal. Likewise, even when it came to the execution of the push, if you remember, the force fields were insane. He was stuck behind the force fields. He had no Archons. He had no way to break them, and yeah, Max Pax did snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into the final game. Interesting. It's going to be on Dynasty, a very unique map in the map pool, very unorthodox. There are goal bases that you can try to rush into. I'll be honest, I haven't seen too many PvPs on this map. I haven't seen too many of them, so I'm curious if there's a specialized build that Trap has for this map. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure I have seen Trigger try and take the gold base on the other side in PvP on this map with some mixed results. But I could be misremembering Trigger for Estrella, but I feel like I've seen one of them do it. I feel like I've seen one of them embrace that. Regardless, here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. He was down 2-0. Can he pull off the reverse sweep? One more game is all he needs to bring it back, and he has momentum on his side. It is Max Pax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Gen G Esports. He had a strong start to the series, but again, allowing the mid-game to happen against someone with an economic lead in a mirror matchup, it's been brutal. Can he bounce back? It is Trap. And clearly this approach has not been working. Being the defender, playing from behind economically, like it's brutal here in PvP. So I'm curious, Trap, what do you have for us? What do you got? The pro moves out. The last 2 games, Trap has gone for fake proxy pylons. Does he commit to a real one? Does he commit to a proxy? As the pro moves out much earlier this time for Trap. It is going to be the initial 2-gate opener. Trap will hide a pylon, but does he use it? Because this probe is so much faster, I think he will. Here comes the Cybercore. I mean, this would not be a bad location for a proxy Stargate. I would assume that that's what Trap goes for, but we'll see. There's the pylon. Ooh, and the probe does not stick around. Okay. Okay. 3 games in a row. 3 games in a row. Fake proxy pylon. Probe moves out for a scout, and we will be settling into a much more standard setup instead. Now, if we are going to be entering a more standard game, the question becomes, how does Trap adjust? How does he adjust against Max Pax? Because clearly this has not been working. I mean, he already did adjust in the last game, if you remember. There's that Stargate open out of Max Pax into a Nexus, into the natural. Last game, we saw that Trap was not as aggressive. He did open up a double Stalker into single sentry into faster Nexus. Tried to play that economically, and then it did lead into a later all-in. But by then, Max Pax, he was very, very well set up for it. That's a 3rd gateway. I'm feeling the 1-base all-in. Yep, there it is. Pylon. This looks like a game. Was it game 2? Yeah, it was game 2 where Trap. It was on Ghost River, if you recall. Ooh, Max Pax is looking. But it was on Ghost River, and Trap did go for a 4-gate 1-base all-in on Ghost River earlier in this series, and it looks like the same build. Show us the 4th gateway. Pylon is done. Stalkers, they do poke in across the map. We have a 3-gate setup back at home, and show us the 4th gate. It's still not thrown down yet. Trap pulling away. Bring himself up. There it is. There's the fourth gateway. It is the one base all-in. Oh boy. Now, this did work on Ghost River, but what I will say, I mean, I'll reiterate, I guess, is that on Ghost River, MaxPax, he did have some miscontrol, if you remember. He wasn't quite utilizing his prismatic alignments too well with his Void Rays. He did also overextend a couple of times. So if MaxPax does tighten things up, I think he will have a stronger defense this time, but we'll see. Also, because it was on Ghost River, reinforcements, they did hit faster as well. So it was a bit of a different dynamic. But we'll see. We'll see if Trap can pull this off. But now poking in, gets a probe. Shield batteries ready. We have a second shield battery and a third shield battery on the way. Jesus. That's a lot of shield batteries. As Trap, he does keep reinforcing. Getting a warp in 4 Stalkers at a time. Pushing forward. He's up to how many? He's up to 13. There's a first prismatic alignment. Oh. Trappy does trade 1 for 1. Gets a Stalker. Ideally, does want to shuffle back the weakened Stalker as well. Oh, wait, no. Once again, MaxPax, he actually activated both prismatic alignments there. So they're both on cooldown. But he does have the overcharge. True. Does have the overcharge, so he still has that available. So he should be okay. Nexus taking a lot of hits, though. Oh my god, taking a lot of damage. Stalkers, they do trade with the Void Ray. Boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. Again, MaxPax can afford to lose some workers. That is fine. But the Nexus took a lot of damage there. And MaxPax, Trap, he's only lost 2 Stalkers so far. He's been very careful. I do love the hallucinations. Let's go. To try to tank some shots. And they will. They even trigger that stasis trap. Because that alignment is activated, overcharge as well. Yeah, Trappy has to back up. Oh my god, so much firepower. MaxPax, he activates everything here. Does activate everything. Which means everything's going to be on cooldown as well at the same time. Trap, can he break this? Now would be his time. Now would be his moment. Takes out the Stalker. Goes for the Void Rays. There's 1 prismatic alignment activated. Stalkers, they have to back up. No, they're going for the Void Ray. They get 1. 1 Void Ray goes down. They're going for the other. They don't quite get it. Oh, this was quite committed here at a Trap. Does pull back with most of his Stalkers. Oh. Gets a Sentry. Up. Doesn't quite get the Void Ray. Almost. Does get away. Clutch moves here from MaxPax. He will lose 1 more Void Ray though. And the Nexus as well. 1 more volley. It goes down. Trappy's gaining ground. Void Rays are very low. Trappy's up to 13, soon to be 14 Stalkers. See him rotating around. Looking for another way in. Trap does have a force field available. Or a hallucination. Picking up shield batteries. There's a force field. Up. Gets 1 void. He gets 1. He gets 2. 2 voiders go down. There's 2 left. 2 voiders remaining. Ah, but there's not many Stalkers left over here for Trap. Trap, he's running out of steam. He's going for the gold. Okay, he's going for the expansion. Trap, he's trying to transition out of this, but the Oracle does confirm. MaxPax, he spots the expansion, he spots the Nexus. He lets Trap know that he knows. Interesting choice. As now, Trappy just has to play carefully. Just play it safe. Play it safe. Let's have a Stalker back at home. Let's say thread and a shade into the main. and from here things can calm down. I mean, Max Paxi does push towards the proxy location. Bold move. There's the alignments. On all 3 Void Rays. Stalkers have to back up. Gateway's going to be depowered. Trap, he rotates around. He could try to catch these Void Rays, by the way. They're vulnerable, but Trap, he barely will miss them. Yeah, it doesn't get the Void Rays. Gets a sentry, at least, not quite. And misses window. Gold base is getting saturated. Trap does have the economic lead. And he's almost got blink. Like, I still want to give the edge to Trap here. Oh my god, there was stasis in the main. Oh, it did miss it. That's a brutal stasis trap. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, the gold base is making up for that, but still. Second stasis this time is denied. Trap is a little more aware. Blink is almost done. Once Blink, I feel like Max Pax should not be here. I'll be honest, Blink is finishing up. And Max Pax is pushing. This army is so vulnerable. It's so vulnerable. Blink is revealed. There's the alignments. Force Field's working against Max Pax. He cannot chase. Oh. Almost does punish. Immortals rallying across the map. And now Trap can chase us down. He can try to chase us down. Max Paxi maintains his position. Okay, now pulling back. Trappy's got 19 stalkers. Does spot the Immortal. He was exposed! Oh! Oh, doesn't quite go for it. Triggers the shields. Does trigger the shields. Doesn't engage. Doesn't commit. Instead of going for harass. That makes sense. Max Paxi's forced back home. Probe does confirm the army. Still so tense. Trap going for another expansion, going for a third base. Dark Shrine on the way for Max Pax. Trap, though he has a robo. It's about to finish. He will have detection. More of a one-to-one trade there. Meanwhile, Max Pax, he's just focusing on Immortal production. I mean, he's getting into his own blink. Despite having a lower Stalker count, with Immortal Void Ray, ignored his own. Does get a Void Ray though, gets one. The others are very low. Still so tense. I feel like a lot is going to be riding on these Dark Templar. Something important as well, even if there is detection, DTs can still wreak havoc. They can still get a lot of damage over time. Especially in the hands of Max Pax. Like, Max Pax is very fond of DTs in PvP. He's so delicate with them when it comes to, you know, just biding his time. Max Pax now getting his third. He did scout the third base timing of his opponent. Trappy can deny the third base. If he sees it, he doesn't check. Oh. Yeah, he doesn't quite check the third location. Now he will. Can he punish it? He could have. He backs off. He pulls away. There's a War Prism moving out. Does he have an Observer? He has two. He has one here at the natural. He does spot the Prism. He has one at home. Did he see the Dark Shrine? He did. Did see the Dark Shrine. He's ready for it as well. Going for the Prism. Up! Prism goes down. And there's only one Dark Templar. Doesn't get much damage. The others hits at the natural, or hit the third. Oof, probes are going down. A lot of probes, actually. Yeah, Trappy does misread. There we go. Getting in position. 5 probe kills, not bad. Max Pax takes the worker advantage. Now, because of the high yield gas and high yield minerals, even though Trap is down in workers, he does make up for that. Max Pax, he establishes his third. Again, this could have been denied. Trap just didn't see it in time. And we have more DTs on the way. This is what we mentioned. Even if you defend against the first wave, Max Pax, he's relentless with DT harass. Okay, there's one observer kept back at home. Trap pushing in. Charge is done. And can Trap break Max here and now? Does have shield batteries. Stasis Trap as well. DTs, they get across the map. Probes are going down. Trap, he's committed. Yeah, he has to end it here and now. Pushes in, goes for the blink, goes for the dive, takes out the shield battery. Shield battery goes down, Immortal as well. It looks like Trappy has enough. He's breaking the third. Stasis goes off, but it may not matter. Yeah, it's not enough. Trappy cleans up the army. Back at home, he's losing every single pro, but GG gets called. Trap, he will take it. He will take the series and be this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Trap. He does take it. The one base all-ins, they work, Pappy, they work. Does take the 3-2 in the end. Game 1, Trap, he was able to take the game with Phoenix Wars. He was able to Phoenix it up against MaxPax, did win the game in Phoenix Wars. Game 2, one base all-in, and here in the ace match, one base all-in initially as well. Of course, it led into a longer game. It wasn't quite clear-cut, but with the one base all-in, he gained a lead. He was able to gain enough of a lead. What I will say, though, what I did notice, both in Game 1 and in Game 2 as well on Ghost River, is that MaxPax, his defense was worse than it usually is. To be a little bit blunt there, MaxPax is usually a little bit more careful with the Void Rays. I'm pointing it out just because it's something that usually MaxPax is really good at. He's really good at controlling the Void Rays and staggering the prismatic alignments as well, staggering the overcharge, you know, making sure he always has something ready whenever the stalkers move in. He always has like either a prismatic alignment, another prismatic alignment, an overcharge as well. There were times where he was popping everything. There were times where he was just overcharged as well. And because of that, there were these larger periods in time in those games that Trap could actually take advantage of MaxPax and get like a stalker kill here and there, get extra shots off on the Nexus as well. Trap had more opportunities because of that, and with that, did take it in the end. I'm curious. I'm definitely curious as to the rationale behind that for MaxPax. Definitely, but regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations. Trap does take the series, does advance on, and is our champion. Very well played. And also, I don't want to take away from Trap because, mate, Trap, he popped off tonight. !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. If you look at the upper portion of the bracket, it was not an easy road. I mean, MaxPax, he PvP'd it up. MaxPax played purely PvP. You can see here, MaxPax, he 2-0'd Hearthstone, he 2-0'd Classic, he 2-0'd Hero before facing off against Trap. So it was purely PvP. I mean, this was the Protoss portion of the bracket. Pure Protoss down here. In the upper half, though, Trap, he played very well against Gumiho, against Clem, and against Bjorn as well. You cannot say that Trap had an easy road. He took down Clem and MaxPax. The best Protoss and the best Terran player in Europe went down to Trap. I mean, the best player in the world. I mean, Clem, like, he is the best in the world, and Trap took him down as well. Very impressive run here. Obviously, what we look for when it comes to the state of play for players and their current form is consistency. This is a very impressive run here from Trap. Very well, just crazy. Can he keep this up? That's really what I'm going to be looking at, is the upcoming weeklies. I'm referring to KSL, I'm referring to Pigosaur Cups, I'm referring to Tenacious Turtle Tussles, Sparkling Tuna Cups, next week's Open Cups as well, of course. Definitely, though, Trap is one to pay attention to and to keep on your radar to see if he can keep this up, if he can make this more of a trend, less so like a one-off event. So, really, really solid run here by Trap, and yeah, my eyes are definitely on him. I mean, it's not like this is his only big result recently. Obviously, it was in the WardiTV Festival where Trap was able to come second place. I want to say Trap, he took down Nightmare, took down Gumiho, and he took down Shin to get to the finals in the WardiTV Festival, where he went down to Clem in those finals. But still, second place in that festival was really impressive as well. So Trap, he's definitely getting up there. Definitely has shaken off the rust. He is reprising his role as one of the best Protoss players in the world. And yeah, my eyes, he definitely has my attention. He definitely has my attention. 100%. 100% here. So very well done by Trap. And my condolences to MaxPax, but don't worry, if you're a fan of MaxPax, I'm sure we'll play later tonight. I'm sure he'll play later tonight, because what do we have later tonight? The KSRC, the Kalara Steadfast Roddy Cup, is going to be in a couple of hours time. It is more European centric, more European focused, and both Clem and Maxfax will have the opportunity to face off in that tournament as well. So I do recommend it. As a reminder, the KSRC is not on the current patch, it is on the PTR. It's on the PTR and it's on the upcoming map pool as well. So because of that, might be a bit of a different dynamic, of course, but definitely something worth tuning into. Definitely. Likewise, we won't be casting the KSRC, but here on the CranKy Ducklings, we're going to be live in less than 12 hours. Oh boy, we're going to be live in less than 12 hours with the Pigosaur Cup. We're going to be casting the Pigosaur Cup. That is also another open tournament. It is also on the PTR, also on the new map pool, but it is more catered towards the NA friendly time zone. More NA and Korea, less European centric instead. Because of that, we very rarely get European representation and European participants, but regardless, it is still a very fun tournament, very worthwhile. I do recommend it, and of course, we're going to be live casting it here on the channel, again in like 10 hours time or something, like 9 to 10 hours. So I'm going to go to bed, I'm going to go pass out, and wake up in time for the cast. Likewise, we have a dual cast tomorrow. We're going to be casting not just the Pigosaur Cup, but we're also going to be casting Olima League. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Oh boy, going to be a very busy day. Going to be casting Olima League in the evening. Now, as a reminder, a bit of a PSA, we do not cast Olima League on Twitch or on YouTube. I mean, the VODs are uploaded to YouTube. VODs are already on YouTube, actually. But we do actually cast it on Chichijik. Chichijik is the new Korean streaming platform. Here we go, exclamation mark. There we go, Chichijik in the chat. You will get a link to our channel. It is a Naver. It is run by Naver. Naver is like the Google of Korea. So we do have that around the corner. That is going to be tomorrow. But because it's on Chichijik, what I will say, if you're like in Europe or if you're in the Americas, routing to that platform can be quite rough. And because of that, you might be experiencing some latency issues watching the streams, and you might experience some buffering as well. So I do apologize. Depending on where you are in the world, it's okay. Like, we have heard from people here in Australia, in Southeast Asia, and in New Zealand and the rest of Oceania. It's quite good, but it makes sense because we're a little bit closer, right? Like geographically, we're a little bit closer to Korea, so the routing is a little bit better. But if you're in Europe or if you're in the Americas, we have heard that routing is quite poor and that the connection is not ideal. So I do apologize for that, but that's also why we have VODs available. We have VODs available on the Chichijik platform and also on YouTube later on as well. VODs will be made available, and I think other casters are doing replay casts. I know that I think last week Wardy did a replay cast, and I'm sure other casters might do some replay casts as well. So if you want to tune into the replay cast, you can tune into the other streamers. If you want to tune into the live cast, we got you covered. We got you covered. There you go. Chichijik, yes, that is the platform. Chichijik. Oh boy. So yeah, you can tune in there if you wish, as we're going to be casting Olima League live. Otherwise, thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And I'm going to go get some rest. I'm going to go get some sleep and get ready for tomorrow's broadcast, because there's a lot of casting to do. When it comes to my personal stream and my personal channel, I do stream over on light_VIP. I was actually streaming right before this stream. And I haven't been able to ladder too much over the past couple of months. I've been declining when it comes to my poor MMR. So I do hope to ladder once again. Most likely on Wednesday. Again, we have 2 casts tomorrow, so I have no time to ladder. But Wednesday it looks a little bit free, so I do hope to be able to ladder and stream. So if you're interested, you can follow me there. Otherwise, you can follow us on all the other social media platforms: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. You can follow us on the social medias. We also stream not just here on Twitch, but also on YouTube as well, so you can check out our YouTube. VODs are uploaded on a daily basis. And again, if you missed out on last week's Olima League, the Olima League VODs are already live on YouTube. The VODs are already there, so I do recommend checking it out. Do recommend it. A lot of fun matches, a lot of fun games. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We will see you guys tomorrow for either Olima League or Pigosaur Cup. See you tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao. Papi, ciao. Hasta luego.